ESPN Chicago app.
Check this out.
What up and welcome in. It is Tyler and Shea on this Saturday morning with you as we move on to the Elite Eight in the NCAA tournament. We've got some baseball to get to today as well. And if you want to join us, 312-332-3776. My partner Shea, not in the highest of spirits after last night's loss for Michigan State. Just back and forth.
Don't bury the lead.
What's the lead?
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you very much.
I mean, my goodness.
Look at you deflecting.
You just know you buried the lead.
What am I supposed to do? Come out and announce it's my birthday?
Yeah, of course.
That is the top 5 worst person in the world.
No, of course. You should come out and celebrate it. Look
Well,
at
thank
you. You
thank
made it another year.
I did.
You look
Against
good.
all odds.
And nobody expected this.
Yeah.
Even
The
nobody
haters are
expected
shaking in their boots right now.
this. Tennessee in the Elite Eight and Tyler Hockey
Nice.
making it another year. Two things nobody saw coming.
Tennessee gets it done at the UC last night. By the way, shout out to the Iowa State fans. That place was freaking loud last night. And maybe just for like a half or so because Tennessee really ran away with it at the end of the game. But those Iowa State fans, I thought it was going to be a pretty heavy Michigan crowd at the UC last night. No.
Got loud.
It was all Iowa State fans. I gained a lot of respect for that Iowa State fan base yesterday.
I wonder, have ticket prices gone
Yes,
down
they
at all?
have. I was actually been tracking. They're down like 30 or 40 bucks from yesterday.
Yeah, I saw one of the games today. What is the game in Houston today? Once Houston
It's
got
like
eliminated,
$50.
Yeah, you could get in
Yeah.
for next to nothing.
Yeah, and if you're an Illini fan, like I know, Jesse's not an Illini fan. His daughter goes to Iowa.
Yep.
He was thinking about, it's probably cheaper if I just fly down to Houston, get a hotel, and go to the game there than if they went to the Final Four.
Yeah.
And you're paying an arm and a leg to get in there. So.
Yeah, I went to bed angry last night, and then I woke up just kind of over it. I mean, how could I stay? I've seen this movie so many times. It's a yearly tradition at this point that I'm going to be disappointed in the tournament by this team. So whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. I did have the thought last night, though, and I wonder, 312-332-3776, if there's a moment in your sports fandom life where you felt this way, or Tyler, you, or Mario, you. And I'm not levying an accusation towards anybody. I'm simply saying that when I was sitting at home, it's the way I felt. I was watching the game and thinking, is my team point shaving in front of my face?
In an NCAA tournament game.
11 of 19 on layups? Kurtang in an open transition opportunity goes up and throws it over the rim like a rainbow?
Can I give an observation from yesterday's games? Those were some pretty tough rims. Like, those were wound up pretty tight. They were not the same rims that they were playing with at the United Center last night.
Jeremy Fierce biffed like 4 different bunnies.
What? So did UConn.
Yeah,
I don't have the
get it.
exact stats in front of me of what UConn was at the rim, but it wasn't like they were even shooting like 80% at the rim.
It's just the way I felt. I'm watching Jeremy Fierce turn the ball over, dribble it off his own ass. Like every time UConn opened the door, he'd just throw the ball away. And then miss open layups. And I'm going, does this dude owe somebody money?
What an accusation out of the gate.
I'm not making an accusation. I said I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm watching the game and I'm going, are you serious?
Well, I'll tell you this. I never got that. I never got that during the course of the game.
But you're not a fan. It's different it's different for a fan watching and go. And again, I don't seriously believe that this was happening. It was just so bizarre that I'm sitting at home going, what is this? Fears was bad all tournament, but last night, terrible.
Yeah, probably his worst game of the season, or at least his worst game of consequence of the season.
Clanking front end free throws all night. I'm like, what happened?
Yeah, there was some bad free throw shooting last night across the board. It's part of what brings out the dramatics of this month. But so looking top to bottom at some of the scores yesterday, St. John's gave Duke a scare. Duke gets yet another scare, by the way. Duke got a little healthier yesterday. They got a great performance from Isaiah Evans, who went out and pretty much single-handedly won them that game down the stretch, as did Cam Boozer, who was tremendous down the stretch too. Bama gave Michigan a scare in the first half, but then the Wolverines pulled away in the second half. Bama's offense goes ice cold, and Tennessee, with the biggest upset of the night, they go out and they beat Iowa State in what felt like an Iowa State home game at the United Center last night. So those are your 4 teams moving on. We've got 4 Big Ten teams into the Elite Eight right now. How about that? I mean, this is the conference who wears it on the chin every single year. Every single year, they're told that you are not as good as what you were in the regular season. You're overrated come tournament time. And now all of a sudden, you've got half the field in the Elite Eight. You've got a guaranteed spot in the Final Four because Illinois and Iowa play each other today. And it's looking like, I mean, if you ask me, Big Ten versus the field, I'm taking the Big Ten to win a title this year.
Go Duke, go Arizona.
That's how you feel?
Yep. Once I'm out, I got no.
You can't root for Illinois?
No, nope.
You care that much about Illinois as a Sparty guy?
No, it's not that I care about Illinois. It's just if I can't have the fun, I don't want any of you to have the fun.
You don't want anyone in the Big Ten to have the fun?
Nope.
All right.
I'm in for the whole Izzo thing about I root for the Big Ten. I root for the Big Ten. I root for Michigan State, but I root for the Big Ten. I don't. I'm sorry. It's fun when I'm still in it to do the Big Ten supremacy thing. But I get no joy out of watching the Big Ten win 3 straight national titles in football when I'm just, again, me as a fan, no joy out of watching the Big Ten win 3 straight national titles in football, and I'm not even at the dinner table. I'm at the kids' table.
You're not going to get a little bit of joy if the Big Ten cuts down the nets this year over Pottinger, who's been trying to victory lap that the Big 12 is so much greater than the Big 10.
I'll join him now.
What?
I'll join him. Mario, tell me, when UNC gets eliminated, you're not going go ACC.
No, I'm with you. I think it's the biggest loser talk when people cheer for conferences. I don't care. I want Duke to lose in the most horrible fashion.
But that's different.
But also, if
you can root against Duke if you're a UNC fan.
But if it's like Florida State, if it was Clemson, I want you to suffer. I don't care. You know what I mean?
If it's not going to be me, I don't want it to be anybody.
I root for the conference when my team's out.
I don't root for rivals.
Mario just called you a loser.
I know he did, and that's fine.
I did it. Not on your birthday, I didn't.
That's fine. But for me as an ACC fan, I'm not rooting for Duke. People I think know my feelings on Duke. I'm not rooting for Duke under any circumstances. I am rooting for Illinois because Illinois, I was telling the story yesterday, Illinois is one of the first teams that I remember being great at. They were the first team that I was 8 years old in 2005 when they went to the title game against UNC, and I just kind of hopped on the bandwagon because it was the state school. But I've grown up loving Big Ten basketball, and I've never had a close affiliation to any of the Big Ten teams. Loose affiliations, Northwestern, Illinois. I would go to games at Northwestern. I would watch Illinois a decent amount growing up, but I just I like Big Ten basketball. It's what I've seen over the course of my years.
I do too, but I would be happy for Illinois fans.
So you're rooting for Zona.
Zona, Duke, or UConn?
You're really rooting for Duke?
Yeah.
You're really rooting
over the
for
Big
Duke.
Ten? Absolutely. But again, Illinois is the one that, because I'm here and I know people who went there, and I'd be happy for them. Respect that, Derek Jeter, respect that.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm hoping it happens. I'm not.
Okay, that's fair.
25 years that the Big Ten hasn't won a title. The last one was mine.
Well, Maryland, but
the Big Ten, it doesn't count. The Big Ten breaking the streak, and it's not me. I don't want that to happen. Eventually, inevitably, more likely than not, it's going to be broken, and it will not be me breaking it. But it doesn't mean I'm going to root for it. I don't want the Big Ten to win a title anymore.
All right, take your rooting interest out. If I give you Big Ten versus the field this year, who do you take?
Big Ten, because I think Michigan's going to win it all.
You do?
Yeah.
Dude, the way they turned it on, and they've had a couple of these throughout the tournament, throughout the Big Ten tournament, but that team has a gear where they just turn it on at times, and it's usually in the second half. And seeing what Lendeborg can do, and I don't even, it's not even an offensive thing with them. It's defensively, they just kind of choke you out at a certain point in these second halves, and the offense just stays pretty steady in the second half, enough to get you over the hump. There was a real world where they lose that game to Bama yesterday.
Yeah.
Bama came out and shot the lights on the first half.
I wouldn't say I'm not concerned about them, but honestly, having watched this tournament, I'm more concerned about all of the top seed teams than I thought I would be. Duke has dodged multiple bullets at this point. Siena, TCU, St. John's, all had them.
Yeah.
Duke has dodged every bullet. But eventually, it's going to clip you. Like Michigan, I think, has a smelly at Cadeau problem. That dude stinks. And they can't rotate him out. I thought Mario would react to that, but no. I just
Give you a head nod.
Oh, I didn't notice. I just targeted a UNC legend for infamy. But no, I think they have an issue, and they don't have LJ Kaysen available to spell him in any minutes. Arizona probably has looked the best, but I think you could argue also has had the weakest path. Arkansas's defense was a joke.
Yeah.
And UConn, I don't trust UConn at all. Purdue in this time of year, please. Like, there's just Illinois, Arizona, Michigan are probably the three teams that I feel the best about right now.
Yeah. Now, a lot of talk has been made, too, about the tournament, the upsets, and all of that. But as we sit here, going into the Elite Eight, do we have 3 1 seeds? Yes, we do. Do we have a 2 seed? Yeah, we've got a 2 seed. We've got a 3 seed in there, too. Or no, we got 2 seeds. But we also have a 6 seed and a 9 seed, too, with Tennessee and Iowa moving on. Like, there's still entertainment.
Yeah.
It's just the schools that are moving on that are some of these higher seeds, you've heard of them before. You've obviously heard of Iowa. You've heard of Tennessee. They're not Oral Roberts or George Mason or Florida Gulf Coast. So that's probably just our new reality of what the upset looks like in March Madness these days. You're going to get name brands that move along and provide the upsets because those schools still have high NIL budgets too. Iowa's got a big NIL budget. So does Tennessee. So those are going to be your new upsets. And personally, I'm fine with it. Like, was it a cool story seeing High Point do what they did in the first round and to a degree even in the second round? Yeah, it was great. But if High Point was still here and still cooking, we know what the inevitable end is for them. They're getting blasted against Arizona. And I think when you've got the Tennessees and the Iowas still hanging around, like Iowa, I don't think is going to get run out of the gym today against Illinois. Tennessee, I don't think is going to get run out of the gym. I think it'll be competitive for a little bit with Michigan. Now, the final score may look a little bit like what Bama's did, where it was a 13-point game, but anyone that watched that game will tell you that was much closer than a 13-point game. Bama had a lead at halftime.
Bama could have won that game.
For sure. If they don't go ice cold at halftime, they probably do.
Frankly, if Aiden Holloway doesn't decide to try to sell 2 pounds of weed, they would probably have won last night.
Yep. So 312-332-3776. How do you feel about the new era of upsets in March Madness? And if I give you the Big Ten versus the field, are you taking the Big Ten or the other 4 teams in the Elite Eight to win this whole thing? 312-332-3776.
I also have a question for you on the other side based off of something I heard Jack McGrath say this week on Carmen and Yurko.
Okay. Is it tournament related? Or?
It sure is.
All right. So we will do all that and more when we come back. It's Tyler and Shea here on ESPN Chicago.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
When Cap and J Hood are over, the fun continues.
Tell your friends and enemies.
It's the Carmen and Yurko Show.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears.
ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Borrow what you need when you need it with a home equity line of credit from Republic Bank of Chicago. From home improvements to unplanned expenses and everything in between, rest easy knowing we've got you covered. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of 20 locations to get started with your Republic Bank home equity line today. Subject to credit approval. Property insurance required. Contact us for current rates. Equal housing lender. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Start your painting project and save big on everything when you shop at Menards. Pittsburgh's premier interior paint is a paint and primer in one that provides excellent all-around performance and a durable finish that's easy to clean. Visit us in-store or on Menards.com to save big on all Pittsburgh paints and get your project started today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer and find more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
The Chicago Wolves return to Allstate Arena this Sunday to take on their division rivals, the Milwaukee Admirals.
It's a familiar foe, the longest tenured rival, the Milwaukee Admirals.
And you don't want to miss Family Sunday.
A Family Sunday presented by Scott Credit Union.
And what's better than winning on Family Sundays? Nothing. Get your tickets for Sunday's Chicago Wolves versus Milwaukee Admirals game today.
Basketball fans, let's watch some hoops. Join me, Tyler Rocky, today for a live college basketball watch party at Cody's Public House on the corner of Berry and Paulina. Catch every dunk, three, and big moments surrounded by fellow college basketball fans. Bring your crew, wear your favorite team gear, and experience the game day energy like you're in the arena. Plus, enjoy Flight by Yingling, great games, and ice-cold flight. Today, a college basketball watch party at Cody's Public House. Let's cheer together and toast with a Flight by Yingling and enjoy responsibly.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Adam Schefter here. It's tournament time, when only the most talented teams survive and advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Elite Eight gets up and moving a little bit later on today. Iowa, Illinois, starting a little after 5 o'clock. And then it's Purdue and Arizona. I think you're going to get two good games today. Look at this Illinois team, 7.5-point favorite, but Iowa just has a knack for popping teams and like catching them by surprise. I mean, they obviously did it with Florida. They did it again with Nebraska, and maybe one of the more idiotic coaching moments that you'll see a team have 4 guys on the floor for Nebraska the other day. I mean, my goodness. But there's obviously a familiarity aspect. Illinois did win the regular season matchup between these two teams, and it did come on the road in Iowa City, but now all of a sudden you get into the tournament and you've got a team with Iowa that just doesn't know any better at this point. You're talking about a team that's got some guys that were mid-major transfers. You got a coach who is just a superstar at D2, and now all of a sudden might be the next North Carolina coach, dare I say. Is that who you want, Mario? Are you on the Ben McCollum train?
I've gotten on the train big time for him.
So, okay, I'm offering you Ben McCollum or the other coach in Iowa, TJ Otzelberger.
Ben. I want
You're
Ben.
taking Ben.
Yeah, I'll take Ben over him.
I don't think Otzelberger's leaving Iowa State at this point. Ben McCollum or Billy Donovan?
Billy.
I don't think it's going to work timing-wise. Unless both parties know, but, like, you got to start recruiting soon. And the Bulls are still playing games, so if Billy bows out, then okay. But I don't know if that's going to happen. It's tough to do the transition from pro to college these days. You pretty much have to be an assistant coach, I think, at this point.
I think big sleeper and all is Nate Oates. I think they'll look the other way.
I don't think they're going to look the other way on Nate Oates.
They did for Bill. They looked a lot the other way for Bill Belichick.
But okay, what is Bill doing that's truly wrong?
I mean, dating a girl that's 24 years old and then got caught cheating, and then also
there's nothing against the law with that. Look at some of the things that are happening inside the Alabama program with the players on the team.
I mean, the Aaron Hernandez stuff doesn't look great.
Okay.
No, but I'm saying the story that was released of like when they're like, we got to cut him. This is what happened, and he goes, we're not cutting him. You know what I mean? Like that stuff doesn't look fantastic for you. Like there's bad PR with Bill. There's bad PR with Nate Oates, of course. But
I've always believed
that was also like 15 years ago.
I'm just saying I think they look the other way. They're desperate to be competing with Duke.
I just don't believe that there are ethics in sports either. Like I
agree with that.
Schools, teams, they want to win.
I do agree with that to a degree, but when there are other options out there, I think you take the less troubled option. So we'll see how that Carolina job shakes out.
On the Iowa front, though, all these kids were told they couldn't play in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Like, you get recruited to
Drake.
Some of them were Division II kids, and then you go to Drake, and then you take the step up to the Big Ten. They had this incredible season. But Bennett Sturtz, I know the shooting numbers aren't there. You know, he's played every minute of the tournament. 120 minutes played in this tournament.
Makes sense.
0 turnovers, 1 foul.
That's incredible. Now, he's not playing a lot of defense, but
no.
But the 0 turnovers is nuts. Nuts. Because, I mean, who's the guard? It was Donovan Dent from UCLA. Like, to see some of these guards go on these long runs of 1 or no turnovers in the case of Sturtz is remarkable.
It's incredible.
And, I mean, it's high-level guard play.
And that's another thing that pissed me off yesterday is I've got to watch Fears get spelled for a couple minutes so this Denim Wojcik Nepo baby on the team can get involved. And I'm like, well, Bennett Sturtz can play all 40 minutes of every game and not turn the ball over. What's your deal?
Yeah. Yep. What was your question that you had?
So earlier this week, I was listening to Carmen Yurko. They were breaking down the bracket. And they got on the topic of Duke.
Okay.
And Jack McGrath asked, do people still hate Duke?
Yes.
And I texted him, what are you talking about? Of course people still hate Duke. But it led me to think of this. Which of the teams, and I think I know the answer, which of the teams remaining in the field is the most likable?
Most likable. All right. I think there's a case that you could take either of these teams, like take your Big Ten bias out of this. Either the teams in these Iowa-Illinois game, I think you could say is a very likable team. UConn, I don't think is the most likable. Duke, obviously, no. Michigan, I don't think is the most likable. Tennessee's just kind of there. I don't think people hate this Tennessee team.
Tennessee exists.
I don't think they're a darling team either. I would probably say take one of the Iowa or Illinois teams.
I think it's Arizona or Illinois.
You think it's Arizona?
Yeah, I like that. I like this Arizona team a lot, man.
Arizona, I feel like, has flown under the radar among all the 1 seeds.
But
which is probably helps their case for what you're trying to say right there.
But they also, I like their players. I like they go about their business. Like, you think about, they're built similarly to Michigan in that they don't have some superstar freshman or big freshman class. It's a group of guys that all play really well together.
They got a couple of really damn good freshmen.
They've got very good players. I'm not saying they don't, but it's
like 2 lottery freshmen.
You don't have a Boozer. You don't have a Devanza. You don't have a Darren
No one who's
Peterson.
being talked about as a number 1 pick.
Right. And Michigan's kind of built a similar way. I find Michigan, even taking my bias of hating the brand away from it, I find the team immensely dislikable. And I understand if I take my bias away from Michigan State, they would also come near the bottom of these rankings as far as likability goes.
Yeah.
I get Fears is dirty. I get Izzo's a crybaby. This Michigan team, man, watching Yaxel Lendeborg yesterday after the game sit up on the the podium, and they're going, well, what'd you think about getting guarded by? And he's laughing through the question, and then he looks at his teammates and he goes, honestly, I thought it was pretty disrespectful to have a freshman guard me. Dude, you're like 24 years old. No, you shouldn't be in college.
You know what's funny? I find the team, like the individual players on Michigan, not to be the most likable bunch. I'm a huge Dusty May fan. I really like him.
He's a very good coach.
He is an excellent coach. Like, X's and O's wise, probably the best coach that we've got left in this tournament right now. Just kind of thinking through, X's and O's wise, he's the best one remaining. And to be honest, I don't even think it's close. I like Tommy Lloyd a lot, but I think Tommy Lloyd is a great recruiter and builds a really good team around it.
Is it Ben McCollum?
I mean, when you're a 9 seed getting where they're at right now, I can see the case for it.
The offensive sets they run too, I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah. But, I mean, Ben McCollum just might be like the next Dusty May, a guy who played in that 8-9 matchup and then finds its way potentially to the Final Four. Now I'm hoping for Illini fans' sake, it is Illinois that's going to the Final Four here. And I think you got a really good chance. Like, just looking at all of the spreads remaining, you are tied with Michigan for the largest spread it would be really disappointing if Illinois did not get to the Final Four. Now, you can explain it away a little bit better than I think you could a Michigan loss to Tennessee.
Yeah.
In the fact that, listen, Iowa's just the hot team. Like, Tennessee's in the Elite Eight, but something about the way that they've gotten there, I wouldn't call Tennessee like the hot team. Like, they're just catching fire at the right time type of team. With Iowa, I think you're catching fire at the right time. That's the run that I think this Hawkeye group is on. And Illinois, you just might be running into something. But sometimes we do see, like, the Elite Eight is where that flame gets put out. And for Illinois, if you play offense the way that you played in that second half against Houston, and this is going to be a very different game from that Houston game because that Houston team is tough as all hell.
Yep.
And I thought the Illini did a great job of not trying to be tougher than them, but rising to the occasion. And I think you cannot play down to that. You have to play with the same level of toughness and grit that you played against Houston, and you'll put away this Iowa team.
Honestly, if they play the way they played against Houston, they'll probably win the national title because I didn't think they had it in them to win a game like that.
That low scoring, yeah.
Yeah, I've said it all year. If Illinois is going to win, it's got to be against teams that they can they're just superior to. They have better athletes than, or they got to play tough. Because I watched them throughout the Big Ten schedule play teams that could match them athletically, and they looked soft. But against Houston, you beat Houston on the boards by 10. You're crashing the glass. You're defending your ass off. Yeah, if that's the brand of basketball they're going to play, they will win the national title.
Yeah, I really like this Illinois team. I think you want to talk about likable players. I think this Illinois team's got a bunch of them on their roster, whether you want to go starters or off the bench. David Mirkovich is probably one of the funniest players that you'll find in this tournament. I'm a big Keaton Wagler guy. I think that he's a lot of fun to watch, and I think he's a guy that's pretty easy to root for, too. You're talking about a 3-star freshman who is one of the best players in this tournament and is, in all likelihood, going to be a top 10 pick in the NBA draft.
Yep.
Like, that's an easy story to root for here, and I think Illinois got a number of those type of guys on this team. So 312-332-3776. You want to talk college hoops with us? They will get going at the United Center again tomorrow. It'll be Michigan and Tennessee. And if you want to go to the game, you got one of the best possible results, and that is Iowa State losing because their fans dominated that building yesterday, and all those fans are now selling those tickets. And so you can get in for a little bit cheaper than what it was looking like a little bit earlier on in the week. All right, let's go to the phones, 312-332-3776. Dean is downtown. Morning, Dean.
Morning, gentlemen. Couple of notes and curious to hear your thoughts. I got just annihilated last night in the gambling department. Disgusted with the Iowa State loss just on the money line. And then Alabama not covering. And then I was telling Mario just the emotional investment because of my hatred for all things University of Michigan. So I'm certain now with the way things have been going for me, you know, these losses come in bunches, gentlemen. So, you know, it's like basketball. It's a game of runs, man. So I have a futures bet. Could collect some nice chunk of change if Duke wins. I'm certain at this point, you know, with the way this tournament's going, Duke's going to crap the bed and, you know, Dan Hurley's going to pull the wool over Shire's eyes, and they're probably going to lose tomorrow. Just curious to hear your thoughts and kind of giving out some free gambling advice to the listeners because you might as well just bet against all things downtown Dean. Have a good weekend, fellas.
I've basically been wrong about everything since the first weekend where I did great. But first blush reaction, I think Duke's going to murder UConn. I don't think it'll be close.
I will say this, though. This is why I've started to, like, even though all these games have been close for Duke, at least to a degree, have been close. Maybe not the final score on all of them, but they have been close games. There is something to the team in the tournament that lives on the knife edge that they usually end up winning.
Yeah.
Like last year, I think back to Florida. And when Virginia won, think back to that team. Like there is something about most of these runs aren't like what UConn did in 23 and 24.
Right.
Where you're just blowing every team out. That's such an outlier run. In fact, both of them, outlier runs, plural. You don't see games like that. And there is something about being tested in the final minutes of games, game after game after game that it actually sometimes helps dictate who the champion ends up being.
What I can't get over, and you could say the same about Duke. They lived on a knife edge against Siena. They were on a
that's what
knife
I'm saying.
edge
Like, I think
against
Duke
TCU.
could be that team.
UConn feels a little similar, but the thing I can't get over, and this is going to blind me if I end up betting the game tomorrow, like this is just how I'm going to feel about it. If I had told anybody that you would get the worst offensive performance of Michigan State's season, and UConn would have maybe the best three-point shooting performance of their entire season, and that Michigan State would still have the ball with a chance to win on the final possession, nobody would believe that. Nobody would believe that. So it's just the second half of the UConn game when, like, they started, 6 of 7 from 3? And it was like solo ball prayer shots.
Well, some of it was they were just wide ass open.
Yeah,
too.
the Caravan and the Burry shots, but like once solo ball's lifting and just firing and hitting everything, can't miss. Dude, he hasn't shot the ball well all year. And suddenly he's hitting threes. And I'm like, well, that's probably game over because I didn't expect them to hit 6 threes all game. They just did it in the first 10 minutes.
Had the yips like all year from 3. And then decides to go out there and hit just, I don't want to call them daggers, but in the moment they felt like daggers.
But it's just watching that happen and they get their miracle 3-point run and their prayer answered in the first half. And then they just completely let go of the rope in the second half. They couldn't make anything to the point they trailed in the game after leading by 19.
Dude, and you called it last night too when we were on the text chain. Like, that was the Michigan game, the first Michigan State
Ann Arbor,
game.
yeah.
That it was the same game. Michigan State.
Start slow, get your run, take a lead, and then give it up.
Yep.
But no, that's the fact that UConn allowed that game to get as close as it did, even with everything breaking their way. I think Duke's going to kill them.
Because it's the same reason why I thought Duke was going to beat St. John's too. And even though it wasn't by the margin that I would have guessed it to be, but it was that St. John's, in every single game is going to have some sort of cold spell where they cannot find anything. They cannot buy a bucket. And what's Duke going to do offensively when that cold spell comes? And in the game yesterday, they found ways to put it. It wasn't like they went on some extended 14-2 run. They just found a couple of 7-0 runs throughout the game, and that was enough to get them over the top. So 312-332-3776. You want to talk tournament with us? And Illini fans, how are you feeling about your team? Do you think this is a title contending team at this point? 312-332-3776. I also want to get to a little bit of baseball with you too. The Cubs and Sox both with a disaster opening day. But it wasn't all bad for the Cubs and the Sox. Some of it was because of some of the off-field news that took place on opening day as well. So we'll dive into all of that, a little bit of baseball coming your way, and we'll clean up some Illini calls as well. 312-332-3776. It's Tyler and Shea.
This is Tyler and Shea.
On the Chicago Bears podcast this week, we're keeping you updated on everything between free agency and the draft. The Bears still got a lot of work to do, and we'll keep you updated on all the breaking news with John Yurkovich, Shea Norling, Courtney Cronin, and, of course, our own Jason McKee. Make sure to tap in wherever you get your podcast, the Chicago Bears podcast.
Yep. Make unforgettable memories with LaPorte County, Indiana's biggest summer events. Experience the adrenaline of the X-Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, July 27th through August 2nd. Enjoy the tradition of the LaPorte County Fair, July 11th through 18th. Marvel at the artistry of the Singing Sands Sand Sculpting Festival, July 17th through 19th. And delight in the abundant summer family fun at LaPorte Lake Fest, July 24th through 26th. Make a short drive and feel miles away. Make plans to make your summer bigger and better at visitmichigancitylaporte.com.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. Spring in Chicago. Does it get any more unpredictable? One day I'm turning the heat on. The next day we've got the windows open. That's when you realize the right windows make all the difference. And with Window Nation, my home stays comfortable no matter the weather. Their windows are energy efficient, customizable, and installed in as little as one day. And backed by a lifetime warranty. In March, save up to 50%. The more you buy, the more you save. Schedule your free consultation at windownation.com.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
We'll get to some baseball just a moment here. But real quick, 312-332-3776. You want to jump on in. Don's in Rolling Meadows. Morning, Don.
Hey, good morning. How you doing? Love your show. Talking NCAA. Hey, thank you for letting me get this out. For 2 years, UCLA trained Mara from Spain, 7'5" Mara, okay? That's going to be the next Lou Alcindor. And you know what happened? Michigan stole him from UCLA. Michigan, that should be UCLA there, not Michigan. Just check that. I watched Mara a couple of games ago. He had 3 offensive, 2 defensive rebounds, and 2 putbacks in the course of about 3 minutes. So, and I also want to say this: give the women some time. At least we have a good UCLA women's team. The women have some great games coming up in the next day or so. So anyway, love your show. Do you want any more on Mara or not?
I think we got all the Mara talk we need here. Thanks for the call. That's Bruin Don. I think Bruin Don is what he's going to be in the caller bank from now on.
I'll say 2 things about A.D. Mara. If UCLA wanted to keep him, maybe they shouldn't have glued him to the bench. 1.
Well, in fairness, too, he definitely was not ready.
No. And 2, at some point, Big Ten coaches are going to stop saying the quiet part quiet and start saying it loud. I can't levy an accusation because nobody else will, and I haven't done any reporting on it. But Big Ten coaches are being awfully, they're alluding quite a bit to tampering going on in the conference.
Mm-hmm.
And when there's smoke, there's fire. The Big Ten commissioner pleaded with the NCAA, please stop investigating us for tampering.
By the way, did you see, I think this must have been on Thursday, the practice media session where Yaxel Landenberg, so for those who don't know, he's Michigan's best player. He was at UAB, and he transferred to Michigan this past offseason. And being at UAB, he wanted to go to Alabama. And he said, Alabama was a school I wanted to go to, and I was offended that I didn't get an offer. And then he left the podium, and in comes Dusty May, and Dusty goes, well, don't tell Yax this, but Bama did try to recruit him. Makes you think a little bit.
I know you said you like Dusty May a lot. I think he's a tremendous basketball
I should
coach.
say as like an X's and O's guy. On the recruiting trail, I see a lot of the same things that you see.
And look, all I'll say is, again, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but Big Ten coaches don't seem to like him very much. Nobody talks nicely about him. Nobody talks about how much they respect him. Nobody even really uses his name. And a lot of these Big Ten coaches, Izzo included, Izzo made a little talk of it last night at the podium. I don't like the tampering that's going on.
Now, I will say this about Dusty. I actually am shocked, and I respect the fact he didn't make the leap to Indiana last year.
Yeah,
that's his alma mater. He was a manager under Bobby Knight. I would have thought that would have been the easiest thing in the world for him to do. I mean, he's got no tie to Michigan aside from they're the first big school to give him a job.
Yep.
But he's always been a kind of take a walk around the track before he actually makes a leap at something. So when the Indiana job comes up again, I'd imagine Dusty May's probably going to end up there. And at that point, fine. That's fine.
And also, frankly, if that is happening at Michigan, if Dusty's getting on the horn with other teams' players to get them to come to Michigan, respect. If nobody's gonna investigate you or get you for it, all the coaches should be doing it.
Yeah.
So be angry, but you can play
it too.
You can play the same game. If that's what the sport's gonna be.
And I'll say this too: Dusty ain't alone. All right, there's plenty of other guys doing the same type of stuff.
Look at these rosters. You really think that these guys are building these teams that are full-on transfer squads, and they're doing it in 2.5 months after the season ends?
And it's the funniest thing because there's the whole conversation: should we get rid of the handshake lines right now in college basketball? And it's not because of the Juwan Howard, Greg Gard situation. It's because that's where there's recruiting being done.
Last year, the body wasn't cold after Michigan State lost to Auburn, after they blew it against Auburn. The body was still warm on that team. Trey Holloman was on a flight to NC State. You don't think Will Wade was tampering a little bit?
Yeah.
No. It's the reality. So coaches don't have to like it. Fans don't have to like it. But this is the world that we live in until the NCAA or a conference decides they want to do something.
Yep. All right. It wasn't the worst night in the world last night for Mr. Sparty to my left over here because you, my friend, have a baseball blooming superstar on your hands.
It's incredible.
Go ahead, RBI single for Kevin McGonigal. I do want to talk some baseball locally here because it was an absolute disaster of an opening day for both the Cubs and the Sox. And, I mean, you're talking about two teams that got blown out. And, frankly, after a couple of innings, it wasn't even close. Both teams had 1-run leads in their respective games, and they both lost by 6+ runs. Now, the Cubs did get some good news on opening day. Nico Horner extended for 6 years. We get the numbers yesterday. I was blown away by the number. 6 years, $141 million. I could not believe it.
Yeah.
But you know what? I tip my hat to Tom Ricketts being willing, because you could have dragged this thing out and got it to an open market. Maybe you just end up paying the same price when you get to October, November, in December when you have to actually pony up the check. But I respect the fact that he got this thing done and that the Cubs got this thing done and Jed Hoyer was willing to get this thing done. All parties came together. They got a deal. On the south side of town, I thought for as bad as that game was, I did think there was a silver lining that if you told me going into that game, the White Sox were going to strike out 20 times, that Miz was going to set a Brewers opening day record with 11 strikeouts. If you told me all of that, I would have told you, well, Murakami's striking out 3 or 4 times in his debut.
Yeah.
And he struck out no times.
Yep.
And that was one of the biggest kind of knocks on him heading over to America was, yeah, he's probably not going to be able to catch up to 95. To go through that run and face Miz and that stable of Brewers flamethrowers in the bullpen, I think that's a really encouraging sign for the Sox.
The Brewers were as rough of a landing as Murakami could have asked for because the rap on him was in Japan, can't hit velo. If it's faster than 95, you can't catch up to it. To face that bevy of arms, and the Brewers they built a bullpen that throws 100 miles an hour, not only to not strike out, but to also crush a moonshot. really promising.
Now, garbage time, sure, but like at the end of the day, he's getting his first taste of what it's like to be in the big leagues.
Yep.
I don't think there is truly garbage time for a guy like Murakami.
No, of course not. I don't think garbage time really exists in baseball. And when it does exist, like the Brewers weren't throwing gas cans on the mound. You know what I mean?
No, like Aaron Ashby got in the game.
It wasn't like they're getting guys work, especially at the start of the season. Maybe you get blowout games in August and September, and you're just throwing innings eaters up there. But you're still trying to get outs. Like there isn't a clock on a baseball game. You have to get the outs. So I don't really think garbage time exists. And for Murakami, it's really all about proving that you can hit velo.
Yeah. It wasn't like he hit it off of a position player, which I think is the most encouraging part of that. For you, I mean, you're not a Cubs fan, but you've been in this town. And I think for myself, and I don't know how many other Cubs fans maybe feel the same way I do, but to see the change in how Tom Ricketts is operating, and I don't think it's ever been as bad as maybe some fans have painted it out to be in years past, but to see 3 9-figure contracts being handed out in the span of 3 months, I think is super encouraging for the team. I think it kind of tells you what the business side is doing right now. I heard Crane Kenny on with Cap and Hood and him talking about Marquee Network and how they doubled their direct-to-consumer last year and they're expecting to double it again this year. I think all of that is really encouraging, and hopefully, again, I'm not going to expect the Cubs to spend like the Dodgers and the Mets, but can you be in that next tier?
Yep.
And I think you're finally showing that you are in that next tier of spending now.
I talked about it with Cab. You do nothing but give kudos. It's this like the Red Sox, you give kudos. The Cubs, you give kudos. The Tigers, you give kudos. I think all three of those teams were the biggest criminals when that the graphic every year comes out. What percent of revenue are you spending on payroll? And you look through the bottom half of that chart. Realistically, those teams cannot match the percentage that the teams like the Dodgers spend. Those teams can't. But the Cubs, the Tigers, the Red Sox being at the bottom of that list, it's like, you guys have money. Spend it. So the idea that Ricketts has now joined those two and it feels like they're doing this in a big boy way, you can do nothing but tip your cap to the organization.
Yep.
Did it take too long? Yeah. Is it annoying that it took this long? Sure. But it's here now.
I think the only thing you can do is embrace it. And I think the part that is most exciting for me is that me as a Cubs fan, and at the end of the day, probably for the better, but there were not really a Cub for life type of guy out of that 2016 core aside from Kyle Hendricks. I feel like you probably have two now. I think PCA is probably going to be a Cub for life in all likelihood. And Nico Horner certainly trending that way with his latest extension. I mean, he's a guy they drafted in the first round in Nico. They gave him one extension, and now he gets the big money extension and has earned every penny of it.
I love Nico Horner. I think he's a really good player. Obviously, defensively, he's like a wizard with the glove. But last year, his hitting was like he's never going to be a big RBI guy, but the idea you had a guy with runners in scoring position was hitting north of 300, just consistent. And look, these fan favorite types, it's cool when they're good enough that they get to stick around forever.
Right. And are you going to eat it at some point with a Nico deal? You might, but he also might just have a game that ages very well. Like, compact swing. He's not going to try to go out there and hit you 30 bombs. Like, he's just going to be a solid baseball player for you for the next 7 years.
Second base, minimal wear and tear. Like, I think this is a really good deal for the Cubs. This isn't one that I looked at and I was like, oh, it's going to sting him on the back end. I think you have a shot. Nico Horner is one of the 2 or 3 best second basemen in the league over the course of this contract.
Yeah. No, I'm excited. Nico's always been one of my favorite guys. Have the jersey, all that stuff. Like, I'm a huge Nico Horner guy. I'm glad he's getting the contract, and I'm glad we don't have to talk about this any longer, too. It's not something that we're going to be hung up with at the All-Star break. Oh, can they get a deal done with Nico? Or something that going into a labor-intensive offseason, we're not going to have to talk about, oh, what's the contract for Nico going to look like? Are they even going to give a contract to Nico?
The best thing, too, is, like, once you start behaving this way, where they're operating like a team that believes they can win the World Series, if you don't, we only get to talk about the baseball. That's the best thing.
Yeah.
Is we won't point fingers at Ricketts. Maybe
now it's on Jed.
Yeah,
honestly.
it really is.
Jed, for a number of years, we've been able to say, oh, well, Ricketts is keeping his wallet in his pocket for a lot of this stuff. You can't say it now.
But that's what I'm saying, too, is like, if we get to the deadline and you're a starting pitcher away and he decides to hug Jackson Wiggins or then and you lose, we can talk about the baseball side of it rather than
kind of like we did last deadline.
Well, ownership's not allowing him to do certain things. Like that excuse is gone. Ricketts is clearly ready to spend.
Yes.
So that is a nice thing too.
Yep. All right, 312-332-3776. Cubs fans, how you feeling about Tom Ricketts now, the way he's spending? And did you take anything away, Sox fans, from opening day? I think there was good. Murakami, I thought, had a really good welcome to MLB moment. And I also think there was bad with Colson Montgomery striking out 3 times in that game, too. So 312-332-3776. We'll wrap the show when we come back. Tyler and Shea.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. This is your home for White Sox baseball.
There's a swing and a high fly ball. It's a grand slam.
It's hard not to be excited, man. The expectation is to win.
Opening weekend continues. White Sox and Brewers, we have extended pregame. White Sox Weekly with Jeff Meller. Today at 3:30. ESPN Chicago.
Turn your tax refund into a new post-spring building with Menards. Make this the year you check that project off the list. For over 65 years, Menards has been the destination for post-spring buildings. They go up fast and are a durable, low-maintenance solution for extra storage and protecting your equipment. Get a free estimate fast and design your own using our design program. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it?
Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call.
The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
At Great Clips, they use clip notes to save your haircut details. So no matter which stylist you see or Great Clips salon you visit, it's easy to feel like the best version of you. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Thanks to Mario Herron for producing today's show. You missed anything, check it out on the Pick a Side podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, including on the ESPN Chicago app. Real quick, before we get to our picks for today's Elite 8 action, Mike is in LaGrange. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, good morning, guys. You know, you're asking about Cubs fans, their questions. I thought this was the home of the White Sox. Anyways, talk about Dusty May. IU missed their shot when they let Mike Woodson come there, right? So why would Dusty May go to a school that has maybe the same, if not less, resources than Michigan does? More expectations, and completely unreasonable fan base, and all the money that IU has been spent on buyouts. So I really don't foresee Dusty May going back to IU unless IU is able to turn their fortunes around. But what has IU done? They've become completely irrelevant. They have abandoned the in-state recruiting strategy in their own home state. That's been surpassed by Purdue. And the kids nowadays, they just certainly don't remember the general. They don't remember Mike Davis. They might not even remember Tom Crean. It's not necessarily. Forget being a blue blood anymore. They're just become irrelevant.
Mike, I would tell you this. Where did Dusty May go to school?
I mean, IU.
Who did he work as a manager under?
But here's the thing.
I think that means something to him.
Are the kids going to buy into that? They don't know that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the kids are going to buy into it, though. It just matters. It doesn't matter to Dusty May. And I think he's been a guy who, throughout his coaching decisions that he's made in his career, has always been calculated with when he's going to jump into something. Remember, after the first year at FAU, he didn't take a job right away. Mm-hmm. He took another lap at FAU and said, I'm going to find the best possible spot. And he landed on Michigan. And he's turned Michigan into a hell of a program. Not that they weren't a great program before that, but he helped further that. And I think the other part...
To be fair, though, they weren't. They were probably in the worst shape that they had been in 3 decades.
But they're still... When he took the job, they were within 10 years of being in a Final Four.
Yeah, no, I'm just...
Beeline did a really good job. Jawan kind of tore it down to the studs. But
Beeline did a great... I'm making the point, Indiana, at once upon a time, and this is obviously the biggest hypothetical, and I don't think Dusty May is going to leave Michigan, unfortunately for me. In Michigan, once upon a time with John Beeline, granted, more recent history, great. Then Juwan Howard comes in and leaves the program in the worst shape. You could argue the worst shape it had been in ever, or at least since the early 2000s. Mm-hmm. They were 9-23.
Yeah. No, it was a joke.
And Dusty May comes in 2 years later. They're, if not the favorite, the second favorite to win the national title today. So it doesn't really matter what you look like currently. If you feel like Indiana's irrelevant, I promise the brand isn't. Whether kids buy into it or not, they'd have to buy into Dusty May.
And, dude, you want to talk about resources? That football team's pumping resources into that school right now, all right? You got plenty of money to go hire a basketball coach.
Didn't admissions, double? Well, there is some ridiculous stat about admissions to Indiana. I've always said football is the front porch of the university. It's an old saying, it's the best advertising you can do for your school is a good football team.
Yeah, and as much as they love Kurt Signetti and what's happened there football-wise, Indiana at its core is always a basketball school. And while football may fund the next basketball coach, they care way more about being good at basketball than they do at football.
I can tell you this, growing up in Indiana, it's still the Indy kid's dream to go play for the Hoosiers. That's still the top priority.
49 states, Mario. It's just basketball.
Damn right, baby.
All right, real quick, before we get out of here, our picks.
He went to UNC, by the way.
I went to DePaul University.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Not DePaul. Don't get mad at him.
Yeah.
DePaul with a W.
Number one liberal arts school.
Brad Stevens.
Damn right. Joe Sheen, too.
That's right. I forgot Joe Shane went there, too.
And the founder of ESPN.
Who's that?
Don't know, but I met him once. Great guy.
All right. Real quick
joke I could make.
Real quick picks for today. You got Illinois as a 6.5-point favorite against Iowa.
ILL.
I'm with you. I think Illinois gets it done, and I think they do it with some style points today. And then Arizona, a 6.5-point favorite against Purdue.
Zona, RIP Big Ten.
I think Purdue covers, but I think Zona wins the game. I'm going to sit right on that middle there. All right, that's going to do it for us today. We'll be back next week with you on Saturday morning, getting you ready for a Final Four. Coming up next, it's the CDGA Golf Show in 2 minutes here on ESPN Chicago.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The first pitch is in the air. The chase for October has begun. Celebrate the season with Matrix Basement Finishing. Mention opening day and save an extra 10%. Visit matrixbasements.com. Then tune in as the Southsiders take on Milwaukee in a series of epic proportions. Catch every pitch, every big hit all season long right here on your flagship home for Southside baseball, ESPN Chicago. Get ready, baseball fans. Opening weekend is here. Catch every pitch of your favorite teams at Roadhouse in Oswego and Roadhouse in Yorkville. Big screens, electric vibes, and ice-cold drinks, plus neutral specials all weekend. Made with real vodka and real juice, nothing fake. Just crisp, refreshing taste every inning. Bring your crew, grab a seat, and don't miss a moment. Opening weekend lives at Roadhouse. Great games, great vibes, great drinks, brought to you by Neutral. Please enjoy responsibly.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
This is ESPN Chicago. WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Good morning and welcome on in to the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. As always, brought to you by our friends at Glenview Park Golf Club. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan with you every single Saturday morning, talking all things in the world of golf. And boy, do we have a show for you today because of what took place yesterday, Mike. Good morning to you. And a not so good morning or afternoon yesterday for Tiger Woods.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, good morning. Another beautiful day here in Chicago. Temperature's only going to be up at about 50, but I know there are people already heading out.
Sun's out.
The sun's out. You know, the diehards will be out there. Some of us, fair weather, will still wait another week or so. But, yeah, Tiger Woods. So yesterday, my phone blew up in the afternoon, and I was in meetings, and I really wasn't connected to the outside world for the better part of most of the afternoon. And literally, I think I had 38 texts, and I was like, what is going on? And I started reading them, and it talked about a rollover crash, Tiger Woods. And I was like, well, yeah, that happened a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. And they're like, no, it happened again. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And so I think like the rest of us, at first it was disbelief. It was absolute shock. And then you started asking yourself the question, well, how and why? I mean, and then all of a sudden it just sort of hit me at that moment. The guy has a problem, and it's sad. And it's a situation that, you know, now I'm not really concerned about the Masters anymore. Mm-hmm. I'm just concerned about him as a human at this point because, you know, obviously we're talking about 2 weeks in front of the Masters or thereabouts. And we're under this kind of influence, and yet the rationale, I'm sure, will be because it has to do with the pain and the recovery and all of that. Yeah. Well, that's a sheer sign then you're not ready. If you need to be this dependent on it, and that's how you think you're going to get yourself ready to go on what I consider the the most amazing facility that will bring out the greatest or the worst in a player. I mean, they put that course right to the edge. you can't be going into the event knowing you need something to mask the pain, because when you look at his record of late at Augusta, he's managed to be able to put up a good round or maybe even two. But you can clearly see that the body cannot hold up, and he's not able to play enough without pain to get what I call that tournament tough, that sharpness that can last for more than just a flash of 18 holes. It can be sustained over the course of 72. So I think this is an insight to something that we all didn't want to believe was going on or is going on. But in chatting with some of the sources that I know who have very deep connections into Tiger's world, there has been of late in his life that when you want to talk to him, it's always you got to be in the morning because he's so unpredictable in the afternoon. And this happening in the afternoon gives us all pause as to there's a much bigger issue at hand here, more than just trying to get ready for the Masters, because you wonder, where does this go from here? Because, you know, what is Tiger's life like for the next 5 to 10 years or 15 years? What now does he base success on? What does that look like in a world for him? So I tell you, my heart goes out to him as a human. I just cannot believe he's going through this kind of stuff. But on the other hand, I go, why don't you have a driver, for crying out loud?
I know.
It's just, you know, there are certain things you can excuse, but then there's just other things you can't. And I think we're watching a clear-cut example of how pride and ego gets in the way. And it proves how Tiger is a human just like us. So I do become concerned that he's starting to go through, well, what's next for me? What is life like? Because if I can't win with these guys and try to create the magic at Augusta, is the Champions Club or Tour something he wants to do and should do? Because let me tell you, those guys are good.
Yeah,
They're really good. And you know what? They're not scared of him anymore. And that's a big difference. So if he tries the Senior Tour and that doesn't work out, where does that put him in terms of, you know, being what he's been for the last 3-4 decades to golf, to now, how is he still so relevant and impactful, but in a way that gets him charged up mentally? Because I think the 6 inches between his ears is what is on display right now.
Yeah, it is sad. Now, looking into what took place at the crash too, and he was arrested with charges of suspicion of DUI. Now, the sheriff's office has said, and he did take the breathalyzer, didn't show any signs of alcohol. And DUI investigators believe he wasn't impaired by alcohol, and the investigators believe he had used medication or drugs, but no drugs were found in the car.
Correct.
So it's one of those things where for people of my age, this is kind of the Tiger we know. Like, we got a glimpse of 2019, and we saw how emotional and how cool that was in 2019 at the Masters. But before that, his last major before that was 2008?
Yes.
So I was 11 years old at the time in 2008. So I got a little bit of a taste of what Tiger's greatness was, but I didn't know Tiger as like at the time, 14-time major champion. I didn't know him as this dominant golf. Like, I obviously knew the name and was familiar, and the logos and all that stuff, and the Nike and the Sunday Red and all that. But for a lot of people of my age and younger, this is kind of the Tiger that we know. A guy who's got a very checkered past after the stardom hit a certain level with him. And it's not associating the guy with winning. It's more associated with a guy you see his mugshot more often than you see him holding a trophy. And it's a really sad thing because I know that's not who he is as a sportsman, as an athlete. He is one of the most dominant and important athletes we've had of the 21st century. And for a lot of people of my age, we don't see him as that.
100%. And, you know, it's funny, as I started driving in this morning, I thought about you because your generation only knows him as a guy that's always coming back from something.
Mm-hmm.
And it really began, if you look at 09, that was the first car incident with his wife going after him with a 9-iron after he had to be put to sleep with a drug. And then he gets up and he doesn't know where he is and what's going on because the wife finds the texts and all the rest of it. And he puts the car into a fire hydrant and then proceeds to put it into a tree. So that was the first of 4 situations with cars. So somebody in your generation is seeing him as he's got a problem.
Yeah.
And I, fortunately, was able to be very up close and watch all of his greatness literally inside the ropes with him. And, that legacy for some of us is still looms large. But let me tell you, with each one of these, a tarnish starts to kind of come over it because you make that Jack Tiger comparison, right? Here's an interesting stat. It's very revealing. Since 2008, Tiger has only been able to muster putting 8 majors, and I say only 8 majors, us mortals playing in one would be a monumental accomplishment, right? But 8 majors, and then he was either hurt or something came about that didn't allow him to compete. And in the longest stretch that he's ever had is 46 majors in a row starting, right? Jack Nicklaus, 154.
Yeah.
So that tells you the mindset of 2 of the greatest players to ever walk fairways and, putt on greens. But it's the life outside the golf. And this is showing how Jack was really, really a true champion, the family man, everything, getting home to the kids. I mean, it was amazing what he gave up for his kids. I'm a firm believer that he would have won 20-plus majors if he was selfish and totally self-centered and all about trying to really build that number. I think he could have built that number because of all the second-place finishes that he also had. But a lot of people don't know that he was running back and forth between home to watch a football or a baseball game and get back to play in another round on his Jets. I mean, that just doesn't go really well documented, but that was happening, So I think when you look at Tiger and a guy in your generation, it's sad because this is really what you're getting to know. And I feel like this is really now, I'm afraid to coin a phrase, the beginning of maybe the end. Because, in that world of addiction, they say if you play the tape out, it ends in one of 3 ways. It either ends in a hospital, jail, or death. He's got 2 of 3 nailed now. So, folks, he's got an 0-2 count. So whoever his enablers are, whoever his doctors are, giving him this stuff and entitling him to this, you're not doing him any good. Like, if he can't play the way a normal human can play, then he shouldn't. He should back off for the just his own well-being. And that's the part now that I'm more concerned about. I don't really give a rat's rear end about the Masters anymore.
Right. And before this even happened, the question I was going to come in here and ask you is, do you think he's playing, and do you want him to play at this point? Because we've seen what it looks like when he's out on the course. It's cool for probably like 6 to 12 holes, and then you see him just laboring and laboring and laboring, and he can't really do it anymore. And even if he did go on to the Champions Tour, I don't think that would change anything. It's not changing the physical state that he's in. And it's so like he was out there, and they're showing it right now on the news. He was playing TGL on Monday or Tuesday, whatever it was earlier this week. So we had seen him taking golf shots, and it was like, all right, he's prepping himself up for the Masters. And I remember watching SportsCenter that night, and all they're talking about was TGL and Tiger Woods and will he, won't he. They aired his whole TGL post-match press conference, and I couldn't believe it. And it's one of those things, like, and I want to hear from you out there listening as well. 312-332-3776. I want to know how old you are.
Yes.
And what's Tiger Woods' legacy on right now? Because, boy, it is the old saying, you either die a hero or you live long enough to become a villain. And while I wouldn't call him a villain per se, but boy, he's not the gregarious like champion and killer out there on the golf course. He's lived a whole different life over the course of the past 15 years or so. And it's a very different Tiger out there. So 312-332-3776. How old are you? And what is Tiger's legacy for you? Because I think there's kind of two worlds that people live in when they talk about Tiger Woods these days. There's younger people who this is all they know of Tiger. And then there's people who saw the bulk of what Tiger did on the golf course and maybe is a reason why you're a golf fan today or why you picked up a club in the first place. So 312-332-3776. Want to hear from you. This segment's been brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course. Your Tiger calls when we come back here on ESPN Chicago.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Peggy and Dionne on ESPN Chicago this morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality, with over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois. Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and Winnetka, west suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, Cantini, and Village Greens of Woodridge, and Southside gems like Harborside International. Kemper Sports offers something for everyone with impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years. Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Cranes Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow Kemper Sports on social media.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
With Republic Bank of Chicago, you don't have to scramble to keep your business growing. Our commercial lending options will move your business from tee to green every time. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Tour Edge Golf introduces the all-new Exotic Series drivers, built with full carbon construction and pyramid-based technology. The low-spin Exotics LS, ultra-forgiving Exotics Max, and the speed-boosting Exotics Lite deliver performance above all else. Learn more at touredge.com.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
This segment brought to you by Golf Elgin, home of Bowes Creek Country Club and the Highlands of Elgin. Talking Tiger Woods with you here on ESPN Chicago. And we want to know, what in your eyes is Tiger Woods' legacy at this point? Because I think it's a complicated question. And for anyone probably 30 and younger, you've definitely got a different perspective on who Tiger Woods is. For me, it's a guy who I've seen more mugshots of than a guy holding the trophy. And I get that from the late 90s to the end of the 2000s. He's one of the greatest. Like, that run is one of the greatest athletic feats of all time. Any sport. Take any sport. Like, he was the Michael Jordan of golf. He was at the top of the game. And the thing that I always respected with Tiger was that not only was he great, but he also built his competition unlike anyone else. Like, Michael Jordan, I don't think, built his competition. He helped inspire basketball, and he helped bring basketball to a new level. But by the time basketball got to that level, he was out of the league. He was done, or maybe he was playing for the Wizards, but at that point, who really cared? But he was out of the league at that point. Tiger was still playing. Tiger technically is still playing.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he could suit up in the Masters this upcoming year, and he's still, like, breeding that competition. Now, I would say this about his Masters prospects for this year. I don't think he can take the PR hit. Whether or not he's, quote-unquote, healthy enough, and emphasis on enough, because he's not going to be healthy. He probably won't be healthy for the rest of his life. But if he is healthy enough to play in the Masters this April, I don't think he can take the PR hit of what he's just been through and then going and playing in this event. I don't think it's in his best interest.
I would agree with you. I think Tiger showed us earlier this week at TGL that he can still hit shots. He still can put the club on the ball, move it left, right, hit stingers, do all this stuff.
He just can't walk the course, though.
That's just it.
Like, he can walk from the hitting bay to the sand trap or to, like, the rotating green and stuff like that. That's it, though.
But that's it, and that's the problem. And it's for that reason that he's not able to build up, like, that endurance, because he can't. It's just that simple. He needs the aid of a golf cart. That's why they're saying Champions Tour and all the rest of it. But, you know, there is that thought, well, hey, let's play the Champions Tour to stay in golf shape as much as you can and then jump over for a major here or there. You know, I thought that may have been somewhat of the formula prior to all this going down yesterday. But given where we are now, I don't think even if he's physically ready, you know, they're saying, oh, Tiger wasn't hurt. How can you say that? You don't even know what he's going to feel like when he woke up today. Yeah. And while he's saying, yeah, I'm not
Whether
hurt,
or not
I'm
he
not
wasn't
hurt.
an accident.
Well, yeah, you're hopped up on something, so I'm sure if I punched you right now, that's not going to hurt either. But tomorrow morning, when you wake up normal, the whiplash, the roll, all that, all of a sudden you're going to be like, because they always say, wait a day or two after a car accident to really address, are you hurt? So he could be waking up today going, whoa, you know, when I hit that left shoulder when the car hit the asphalt, you know, it hurts. Yeah. So I think there's still a lot of unknown out there, but more than that, even if he's physically able to show up, hit shots, I just know he doesn't have the stamina to do it over the course of 4 days. So you know it's not going to end well. It's going to end whether it's before the cut or after, and it's going to go down in flames. And then you have that to you know, you're going to lay the egg on top of all that has happened. I think you got to cut your losses. I think this is an insight that says mentally he's just not ready yet. Physically, he's trying to get himself there, but there's no way you can just all of a sudden turn those off and say, okay, I'm going to be drug-free when I'm at Augusta so I can feel and know how hard to hit these putts and whatnot. But, I mean, if you're going to be that inebriated in the middle of the afternoon, there's a reason for it, and it's either because you can't control it or you need it, or it's a combination of both.
312-332-3776. What is Tiger Woods' legacy to you these days? Because I'm sure for a lot of people, it has changed. And maybe it hasn't. Maybe you're just all locked in like he's one of the greatest golfers to ever play the sport. 312-332-3776. Lewis and Lyle. Morning, Lou.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, Tyler, I think you said it perfectly when you described Tiger Woods. He made his competition, and you said it perfectly when you said he lived long enough to become a villain. Tyler, I asked Mario this. Did you ever see the images of the decade that ESPN released right at the start of 2010?
I'm sure I did in the moment, but I don't like vividly remember it.
I say that I ask that because Tiger is on the whiteboard that they put up as like the biggest figures of that decade.
For sure.
You said it perfectly. He's that fallen idol. We just watched a hero, a god of golf, so to speak, fall from like the highest graces to like just the lowest low. And I do feel bad for him because like it is an addiction, but get a driver. Ask Carmen. He'll lend you Darman.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for the call, Lewis. Yeah, I mean, like it is sad that it's gotten to this point with Tiger Woods.
Yeah, and you know what he brings up too, and you brought it up about making his competition. I'll tell you, having again been there all through the whole '90s when he came onto the scene, what he brought. Because you got to remember, these were all pudgy guys that look like weebles, right? They wobble, but they don't fall down, kind of thing. Nobody was a flat belly. Young, I mean, they were rare. And he brought a certain level of fitness, commitment, both in a physical way, but also in a mental way. And the way he just not only brought it, he brought it in a way that, folks, if I don't keep up with this, there's no way. This is a runaway train. He'll just run away from all of us. And that's what he started to do until all the other players decided we better take a page out of his book. So he did bring up the level of competition and the way the golfers, even today, as they come into the game, the way they think about the game and the way they prepare themselves for the game. And I credit him to all the fitness that we're seeing going on in the game is all due in part to when he came in '96.
Yeah. I mean, he completely changed the game in that regard. And I mean, let's be honest, like this show may not exist without Tiger Woods. Like
Exactly.
seriously. I mean, the way that he has brought the popularity to golf and made it, I mean, he moved mountains to bring popularity to the sport. And then I think COVID even furthered it by bringing it more of an on-course presence and like people going out and playing. And now we're kind of in that next stage. It's like, all right, who's carrying the torch now? Is guys like Scotty, Rory, Bryson. Those are the guys who are like the next generation of it all. But without a Tiger Woods, is there a Scotty? Is there a Bryson? Is there that love for golf for some of these guys? I don't know. I don't know if there is.
I think the game is in an absolute different state of affairs, globally as well as, you know, professionally here in the United States, just because that's the impact he's had. Billion-dollar endorsed athlete. I mean, he did something that I still marvel at. In 1996, and again, these are $96. Here's a guy who never teed up one golf ball yet as a professional, but yet Nike, I think it was Mercedes, and let's see, who was one other one, but they all came, Cadillac, or it was Mercedes. And so they came in and they gave him $60 million before he even put the ball on the peg. Nobody's ever done that. Jack Nicklaus, Arnold Palmer, they weren't paid all kinds of upfront money before they turned pro. They had to prove themselves to earn the endorsement contracts. And did some of the club manufacturers give them a set of clubs to get going? Well, sure. But those big payouts and whatnot, that it just didn't exist. Right. They helped create that, but Tiger brought it to a level that is just absolutely unheard of. And honestly, all these players need to be thanking Tiger Woods for everything that they're getting today. It's all because of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you think about that. Not only did they put the $60 million in, they made every penny back on that investment.
100%.
Very quickly because of how big he became. 312-332-3776. Question on the table for you. What is Tiger Woods' legacy for you right now in the wake of him being arrested on a suspicion of DUI yesterday? It's a different Tiger than what we were seeing in the late 90s, early 2000s. 312-332-3776. Joe's in Barrington. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, how many famous people have died of prescription painkillers? Plenty. Actors. Anyway, my point is, can we find out, not so much a doctor, can we find out what he is taking now and what he was taking and how many times he's had accidents?
Well, I mean, Joe, I'm going to be honest, and thanks for the call. I don't really care what he is and isn't taking, what it is in his system, but he needs help.
Oh, that's it.
At the end of the day, he needs help at this point.
Yeah, and it's funny he asks this question because They asked him yesterday, was Tiger cooperative about where he was and all the rest of it when he got out of the accident? And they said, yeah, but he was very careful about how he chose his words so he wasn't incriminating himself. So part of, I think, the strategy, because the last time, if we remember, in 2017, when he was asleep in the car, 3 a.m., again, in Jupiter, he did submit to a urinalysis test, and they found 5 different drugs in his system. I mean, that's quite the cocktail, right? And these are drugs that just you're not going down to Walgreens to get these necessarily. So, I think what he learned was, I'm not submitting to that because I don't want the world to know what exactly is in here. So Florida law, from what I understand, you have to be asked to take the breathalyzer, and he blew a 0.00, and then that's how they can then go to, blood or urinalysis requests. And if you don't take it, they just put in a law in 2025 that it is automatically, it's a misdemeanor 1 or 2, one of the two. And then I think if you've got one before, it bumps it up to a 1. And that's what he's facing right now. But the point of it all is we're never going to know. Because that's why he didn't submit to it. We don't know. And that's, I think, legal strategy. I'm sure that's what he was being told over the phone as we see the pictures that are coming out right now. So I'm sure he was coached up in that regard. But I'll go back to exactly what you just said. He needs help.
Yeah, that's what it is at the end of the day. All right, 312-332-3776. What is Tiger's legacy for you these days? Because it is something that for some people it's completely done a 180, and maybe some people it hasn't. But we want to hear from you either way. 312-332-3776. More of your Tiger calls. And what does the future hold for him on the golfing front? All that and more coming up next. This segment's been brought to you by Golf Elgin.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
When Cap and J Hood are over, the fun continues.
Tell your friends and enemies.
It's the Carmen and Yurko Show.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears.
ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Elevate your game and help open the game to others. With a CDGA membership, you become better through golf. As a member, you'll receive an official USGA handicap index to validate your game, plus exclusive member perks, special competitions, unforgettable excursions, and insider communications. Your membership can quickly pay for itself. Memberships fuel CDGA's Sunshine programs, expanding access to the game and ensuring it thrives for generations to come. Learn more about membership at cdga.org.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Hey, Chicago golfers, experience pure golfing enjoyment at Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend Golf Course offers playing conditions and the amenities of a traditional private club, but is open to the public and just 45 minutes from downtown. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility in Glen Ellen. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 48 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. Conveniently located near I-88 and 355. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant, Bar, and Banquets, overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Like a good caddy, the treasury management team at Republic Bank of Chicago is ready to carry the load and provide the advice and solutions your business needs to succeed. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
CDGA Golf Show here on ESPN Chicago. We're with you every single Saturday morning, 9 to 11 a.m. And this segment brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort. Up North Michigan, golf without the drive. Talking Tiger Woods with you in the wake of him being arrested after a rollover crash yesterday down in Jupiter on suspicion of DUI and the legacy that he is now faced with, because it is a very different Tiger Woods in the last 10, 15 years than what he was when he was bursting onto the scene in his first 10, 15 years. But 312-332-3776, we want to know from you, what is Tiger Woods' legacy in your eyes? And the other thing, too, is what are we thinking for Tiger Woods at the Masters, and what does his golfing future hold? And I would ask you just flat out, has he played in his last Masters at this point?
I don't think so. I think he will eventually play in one, but I think it will be with expectations that we all know this is the final one.
Mm-hmm.
Just like when Arnold Palmer said, this is going to be my final U.S. Open, we all figured it was going to end on Friday and not Sunday.
Right.
And it did. I think we will have something along those lines ultimately. I don't think it'll happen anytime soon. But Tiger originally was set to go to Augusta regardless if he was going to play in the event or not,
right,
because of the Champions Dinner and a few other items of business, I think, because, you know, when these majors come together, the world's, given associations and whatnot all convene and have all kinds of strategy meetings, long-range planning, how to make the game better for the years and decades to go. And believe it or not, a lot of meetings are going on while we're sitting here watching 4 rounds of amazing golf while the leaders behind the scenes are still trying to make the game better. But yeah, he was going to have spend some time in Augusta and then probably boogie out of there as soon as the meetings were done and finish watching it at home if he wasn't going to play. Now the question is he even going to show up? And, it'll be interesting how they try to spin this from a PR perspective. Will he come out and say, yep, you know what, I did it again and I'm coming clean, but it starts today, my comeback, I will be at Augusta. I'm fortunate, but trust me, I finally hit my rock bottom. I don't know. I mean, is this your rock bottom?
Yeah. Because I think we would have said the same thing.
I know.
4 years ago, 5 years ago, and then
even
8 years
that.
ago. And you can just keep going back and back and back. All right. 312-332-3776. What is the Tiger Woods legacy in your eyes these days? Jay's down in Decatur. What's going on, Jay?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Jay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was just thinking, obviously everyone makes mistakes or whatever, but that's still Tiger Woods, and I hate to say it, but you got people like Karl Malone who shouldn't even be free, and he got a damn statue outside the stadium, so compared to that, nah, man, that's still Tiger Woods.
And listen, that's fair. It's your prerogative. It's the way that you view him. And thanks for the call, Jay. Like, there is still always going to be the golf legend aspect of this.
Oh, yeah.
There always will be. But at the same time, we can also say for younger golf fans, they don't view him that way.
Right.
They view him as a totally different guy because They didn't see that Nike ball roll in anywhere besides a YouTube video. They haven't seen his heroics playing through a torn ACL. They haven't seen that Tiger Woods, the guy who's worn the green jacket that many times, who's won all of these different majors. They don't know that guy.
Right.
They've seen him win the 2019 Masters, and that's about it.
And you bring up an excellent point. When you consider what people have seen in terms of the highlight reels and all that, and it's, on YouTube. But when we got to experience it, every moment, every minute, every hour of every day of every event, it was captivating. It was must-see TV because once you thought you saw it all, he'd prove you again wrong. He'd do something even more amazing than he did the time before last or the time before that one. The only other athlete that I felt gives me the same feeling as Michael Jordan when he was in his prime with the Chicago Bulls. You would tune in just because it wasn't a question if they weren't going to win. It was, they're going to win. It's just, how's Michael going to orchestrate it tonight?
Right.
Is he just going to dominate from the beginning? Or is it going to be a comeback? Is he going to do it from the outside? Is he going to go inside? Or is he going to just do it passing?
Right, yeah.
And he'll just it was unbelievable to watch him because you didn't know what to expect other than greatness. Tiger was the same way. The unfortunate thing is your generation only gets to hear about the greatness and gets to see it in a quick, like a Snapchat, boom, boom, and it's out, versus having been there and watched and felt the emotion and go through those thrilling moments and that domination and literally calling out people and then saying, okay, I'm going to take you down in match play, which he did with Stephen Akers and beat him 9-8 after he tried to chirp and say, Tiger's like nobody. He puts his pants on one leg at a time. So Tiger then quietly just drummed him 9-8 and just walked away. Yeah. And it was like, that's the Tiger I know. That's the Tiger that would hit the putt, walk away, start shaking your hand, and it's not even in the hole yet, and then it drops. That was who Tiger Woods was, and it was so impressive. It was entertaining. It would make you shake your head going, did I just see that? And it's like, that's the kind of thing Jack Nicklaus, Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, Lee Trevino, they didn't do any of that. And that's a combination of all that wrapped up, I think, is what makes him so iconic, an American sports icon. And unfortunately, we're starting to see it disintegrate a little.
Yeah, he was in a club with him, Jordan, Serena Williams, Wayne Gretzky, of you cannot deny what their greatness was, and they did it kind of. Now, golf, I think, is a little bit different because you can play. He's been playing on the big stage for 30+ years at this point. You can't play hockey for 30 years or basketball for 30 years. You can't do that. So it is that long, drawn-out process there with Tiger Woods, but it is just crazy. He was in that club of just elite of elites, where no one could deny what the greatness was that he brought every single time he teed it up. And it's just a totally different guy now that the rest of the sporting world is kind of seeing, and you see it fall before your eyes, and it's unfortunate. But that's why that 2019 Masters was so awesome and different, because it was it married the two. It gave everyone, regardless of how old you are, a glimpse of that's what this used to be. Every single major and every single tournament used to look like that. And it was after he had gotten into some of the car crashes, it was is he ever going to be one of these guys ever again? And he somehow found a way to give one last ride for it. And I didn't think we'd ever see it again. And then after that 2019, it was all right, well, he can just do this again. And then he hasn't. He really hasn't participated in many tournaments since that 2019 either.
No, but he also almost lost his leg in 2020. 22 months later, he's flipping that car in California. And I am telling you, he got so lucky, first off, to be alive, let alone keep his leg.
Right.
So the mere fact that we're still here, again, another comeback, he's trying to come back. And, it's one thing after another. I go back to it back in 2008. the knee was messed up. He wins on literally a broken leg of sort, gets that fixed. What if the situation with his wife didn't happen? He stayed happily married, stayed healthy, didn't do the Navy SEALs. How many majors? I bet it would be 20-something.
Yes, I 100% agree.
It's
just
just
like the only thing that's holding him back from still being like a great, and obviously he wouldn't be like peak Tiger, but he'd still, I think, be a competitive golfer, is the health.
Yeah.
And none of this stuff, because that's the thing, is like these injuries aren't, oh, he hurt himself on the golf course and like he's gotten this back issue because of playing golf. That's not what these are. These are all legitimately off the course injuries for him that he's sustained. And they're like catastrophic injuries where if he was playing most other sports, he's probably not playing anymore.
Right.
But he was always in good shape to begin with. And he's still, now he's just kind of hanging on by a thread.
Yeah. And his ability to come back after this is insanely good. But the problem, though, is he's just so beat up and he's just not healthy. And the problem is he has lived a life that I would look at is extremely high on dopamine hits, if you will. You consider that even when he's supposed to be relaxing, I don't know how many guys go, hey, let's go hang around some Navy SEALs and see what that's like. Mm-hmm. He got hurt when he was with the Navy SEALs. And I know a lot of people don't talk about it, but that knee injury that he sustained with the Navy SEALs, and I'm almost certain some of these back issues will be traced back to this kind of stuff. Who decides as a professional golfer in your prime to say, I need to go now find this sudden need to go work with Navy SEALs?
Right.
That is grandioso thinking. And it shows that he's at times delusional and living in a world of what I call denial. And it's, somebody once told me the acronym of denial, don't even notice I'm lying, right?
Yeah.
And that's almost kind of what he's doing. It's like he needs to get to these moments to fulfill something that burns inside him. And that's why I go back to what I said earlier. What's going to fulfill this if his playing days, because this is all he knows.
Yeah.
And I would have loved to have seen him after the 2019 Masters or after this all went down, because he kind of gave, us an insight as to why he's not the Ryder Cup captain, at least not acknowledging taking the job yet, because he feels he's got so much to do in terms of getting the tour right and these other areas of business. I was hoping that we'd then see, okay, this is where I'm going to go make my mark. I'm going to be as equally dominant behind the desk now in orchestrating the future for the game that I love so much, versus I feel like he's the only thing he knows is how to play golf and speak with his clubs. And that's being taken away now.
Yep. 312-332-3776. John's in Palatine. Good morning, John.
Hey, John.
Good morning, guys. I just called to say, at one point you were kind of making the excuse for the people who didn't know the classic Tiger, that it was kind of okay. And I'd say, no, that's on them. The videos are out there. You can see what Tiger did to be type of guy that most of us who have been around his whole career know him to be. So
no, John, I'm not excusing that, because yes, obviously the video exists out there, but for younger people, and this is it's part of why I hate some of these generational debates in sports. I think so much of sports is in the moment when it happens, how did it make you feel? And for younger people, they don't know what that is outside of 2019. That's their only glimpse. Like, you can watch it on YouTube, but you're not going to have the same feeling that you had when it actually happened live. And I think that's so much a part of legacy is how did it make you feel when you saw it happen live before your eyes?
Yeah, but you can kind of get an idea, if you sit and not watch the highlights, if you sit and watch the whole event, I've gone back and watched, the whole Bears Super Bowl, for example, and it's not as much as the first time, but it's still pretty good. And I think you still kind of get a feeling, I think I know what that would have been like to experience it the first time. So, but anyway, I think we agreed. It's not an excuse to not know what it is. It is an excuse, or excuse me, not knowing what the history is not.
No, I agree with you there. Like,
I'm argument if you want to base it just on what you've experienced.
Yeah, I think we agree on that front there. Thanks for the call, John. 312-332-3776. If you want to join, we will take more of your Tiger calls when we come back. And also, we got to see, what does the future hold for Tiger? You brought up the executive role. Are we going to see Tiger Woods go into an executive role? And would the golf world accept him in an executive type role as well moving forward? So we'll discuss all that and more when we come back. This segment's been brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Are you tubing? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Golf with the legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Break away to Kohler, just 2 hours north of Chicago, host of 6 majors and the Ryder Cup. Play 72 holes of championship golf at Whistling Straits and Black Wolf Run and the Baths. A 10-hole par 3. Experience the Kohler Waters Spa and explore hundreds of acres of outdoors. 2026 golf packages with 2 to 5 night accommodations are available to book now. Book early for best rates and availability. Call 855-718-3588 and reserve your custom stay today.
Tour Edge presents the all-new Exotic Series irons, MB, CB, and Max. Built for total performance for every player. Each design reflects the quality, craftsmanship, and technical obsession that's defined Tour Edge from the start. Learn more about the Exotic Series at touredge.com.
Check out the new clubhouse at Wing Park Golf Course in Elgin. Brand new this summer with new Chip Shots Whiskey Bar ready to serve food and drink. It is a great place to eat, play, and repeat. Check it out at wingparkgolf.com.
Need a mulligan in your current banking relationship? Tee it high and let it fly with Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions. Driving Chicago business for more than 60 years. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Injured after hours? Don't wait. The all-new IBJI Access app gives you immediate orthopedic help wherever you are, whenever you need it. With just a few quick steps, you can chat directly with an IBJI clinician. Tell us what happened, and our clinical team will review your information and respond as soon as possible. It's fast, it's easy, and it's for new and existing patients. Download the IBJI Access app today. Just search IBJI in the App Store.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
CDGA Golf Show here on ESPN Chicago. This segment brought to you by our friends over at Tour Edge. Talking Tiger Woods with you, 312-332-3776. Where does his legacy stand now? Because there is the tale of two Tigers at this point. We want to hear from you, 312-332-3776. Chris is in Montgomery. Morning, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Good morning.
What's happening, man?
Good. How we doing? Yeah, the Tiger situation, pretty wild stuff. I didn't think it was true yesterday afternoon, but you've really got kind of two different careers. You've got his playing career, and then you've got his personal career. You've got, obviously, top two arguably of all time in terms of playing career, untouchable in many cases. And then you got the personal career, which unfortunately he's going to go down as probably top five of the most self-destructive athletes of all time, because the vast majority of these things are self-inflicted.
No, it's a great point. Like, it is two totally different people on and off the course. Like, yeah, he is inarguably one of the greatest golfers to ever play. He also is the cause of his own demise too, and like all of these outside factors and everything that kind of probably came rushing to his head in terms of the instant impact and success and fame and fortune and all that stuff. And I mean, we see it all the time with like in Hollywood and stuff like that. Like the instant fame, it can also lead to your demise. And it, especially in, he kind of, I almost want to say he probably came up in one of the more difficult times too, because right as he was like making his way up was when you started to get a little more and more of like the 24-hour news cycle, as opposed to like, and he didn't really emerge in the cell phone and like the camera phone era, but he certainly lived through it.
Oh, yeah.
And he certainly was a part of that. And it was a completely different type of world that he was. It's part of why like I give LeBron James so much credit, because he did live through that world and has a spotless record. Like if Tiger Woods had the LeBron James track record off of the playing surface, we would be talking about, and we already do talk about Tiger as one of the greatest athletes of all time, but we would be talking about Tiger as like, there's probably the same way we talk about Gretzky in terms of like the GOAT status and like who is next best. Like there is no arguing who the greatest hockey player of all time.
Right.
You can have your debates in some of these other sports, and I think we'd be talking about Tiger that way if he did have that same off the course track record that we see a guy like LeBron have.
100%. And I think he would be without question the GOAT. I mean, it's just that simple. But again, I think the success and how you handle it, because there's the old adage, too much of anything is not a good thing. And I think he's living proof of all that success brings a certain amount of entitlement and brings a certain different way of thinking. And with guys like the personality of Tiger, you know, call it an addiction, call it whatever you will. When you live in that world, you think you can do this by yourself. You think you can handle this alone without any help. And I think for him, the toughest thing is going to be to ask for that help. And, you know, I think that's where Tiger is at a crossroads, because to your point about LeBron, I feel like Tiger was, when he came in, that confluence of all that technology started to arrive as he was bursting onto the scene. Because I remember back in the late 90s and early 2000s, we were confiscating phones, not because of cameras, but because of the ringing and the inordinate noise, because the technology hadn't really got really that good for vibration and silencing a phone yet. And once they were able to do that, and then obviously the camera not having to make an actual click like a shutter, then the PGA Tour and everybody started relaxing their views on it. But with that being said, every moment of every day is now available to catch you. You know, I heard something very interesting. Nelly Korda doesn't own any clothing without a Nike swoosh on it. Anything that she gets is given away that's non-Nike. If she plays in these events, she just gives them away as gifts, because She said, if I get caught pumping gas with a Lululemon on and somebody happens to take my picture, that's catastrophic for somebody like her. Could you imagine going around life that you're worried about what clothing you're wearing before you go pump gas?
Everything's got you at that point. No, it's a different type of world. All right, we'll continue to take your Tiger calls when we come back. 312-332-3776. What is his legacy for you now? And do you think we see him tee it up again at some point in either the near future or not so near future? 312-332-3776. This segment's been brought to you by Tour Edge.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine, Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Opens. This 6,900-yard par 72 gem appeals to all levels of play. Conveniently located just 45 minutes from downtown in the western suburbs. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. One of Golf Week's most recognized golf courses, it is ready for your private club experience. Enjoy Bowes Creek at bowescreekcc.com.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
It is the CDGA Golf Show here on ESPN Chicago. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan talking golf with you every single Saturday morning, 9 to 11 a.m. right here on ESPN 1000. And this segment is brought to you by our friends over at Geneva National. 312-332-3776. You want to talk Tiger Woods with us? We got plenty of phone calls to get through here and just discussing what is next for Tiger Woods as well. And don't forget, if you're watching the show on YouTube, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago, you'll see a QR code on the screen. You can scan that QR code and you can make a donation to the Chicago District Golf Association Foundation. Great cause, helps people with veterans who are getting into the game, helps youth, helps people with disabilities, all that stuff. So CDGA Foundation, you can scan that QR code if you're watching us on YouTube. All goes to a great cause.
95 cents of every dollar goes back to the program. And so your money is going to a good cause. It's being put to good use. And we're also excited about the program we have with Superintendent Snelling and his department and the kids in neighborhoods at risk. So we're going to be expanding that program and doing a lot of greater good for the mental welfare of the men and women who serve us each and every day here in our city.
We're talking a lot of Tiger Woods with you this morning, obviously in the wake of the car accident yesterday and him being arrested on suspicion of DUI. So he was gearing up to try to play in the Masters. We didn't have a hard stance, yes or no, about whether or not he was going to play, but he played in TGL earlier in the week, and I don't want to say everything was trending towards him playing because I don't know, but he was at least going to give it a shot to try to play. Whether or not he would have actually teed it up on that first Thursday remains to be seen, but we are getting closer and closer, and now all of a sudden, that's certainly in jeopardy. And if you asked me, I would guess he probably doesn't play this time around. Not even like from a health standpoint, because it seems like he made it out of that car crash, at least without any serious injuries. But I just think PR-wise, I don't know if it's in Tiger Woods' best interest to be out there at Augusta for that opening Thursday.
Yeah, and I honestly think he may want to reevaluate going to Augusta this week or next week. I mean, I think he just needs to work on himself, and I would expect that's going to be the statement we're going to hear.
I would. Now, you think he does play in the Masters again?
I do.
If I had to set a line at you at 1.5 Masters that he plays for the rest of his career, do you think he does play more than one, or does he just, I'm going to give it my all for what I know is going to be my quote unquote Masters retirement tour and my swan song at Augusta?
Wow, that's a great question. Because I don't think it's very many. If it's going to be,
it's definitely you can count on one hand.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe 2 to 3 tops. So I guess I would take the over, but not by much.
Yeah, I mean he's going to be probably right on that line because, yeah, I would guess he probably plays one more, and I think not that he owes anything to the game of golf anymore, but I think he owes it to golf fans for them to at least know, yeah, this is the last one.
Right.
We get to I think golf fans also kind of saw it too the last time the Open Championship was at St. Andrews and him going across the bridge. Like everyone kind of said to themselves, like, all right, you kind of knew in that moment, this is probably he may still try to go for one more at St. Andrews. I got to pull up the calendar to see when the next time they're going to be there. But you kind of knew in that moment, and I think even he kind of knew in that moment, this is probably the last one that I'm going to play here.
And I don't see Tiger as the guy, because he's a past champion and has, a lifetime exemption, or at least up to the age of now, whether they're calling it 60 or what have you. If he can't win, he's not going to waste his time. He's not going to be like Doug Sanders and go out and shoot 100 and something and then WD after the first tee ball on, Friday.
No, I think he's got and you can say what you want about what the Masters has looked like for him the last couple of years, but there's a and I don't even think it's not a bad thing, but there's a delusion in his mind that he can go out there and win.
Right.
He does genuinely think he can go out there and win. Now, would you and I ever pick him these last couple of years to go to and win at Augusta? No. But it doesn't matter what you and I think. It matters what he thinks.
Right.
And that's why he's going out there and teeing it up.
But I think this is also why he needs help.
Yeah.
Because
it's one thing, though, to be like athletically delusional and him trying out and thinking that he can go out and win the Masters. It's another thing to get help with what he's dealing with off the course.
And I guess that's what I'm alluding to. So, yeah, I mean, it's an unbelievable situation. One that I think it was Chris in Montgomery who said he couldn't believe it when he heard it. He thought this can't be happening again, and unfortunately, it did.
Yep. 312-332-3776. You want to talk Tiger Woods with us. Josh is in Crystal Lake. Good morning, Josh.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course. What's going on, man?
Yeah. As I've been sitting here listening to you guys, there's a couple other things that kind of rang in my ear a little bit too. Is that when Tiger started this in '97, this is all on the heels of MJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is all on the heels of MJ. I'm 46 years old. I believe that I am so grateful that I grew up in the era to see the greatest men, play and do what they did on a nightly basis. And there's no way, and there's a caller who had mentioned about being able to describe like what that was like. And I like your rebuttal to it, because if you weren't there, you didn't live it. There's no way to replicate that. None. There's no way to replicate that. But YouTube's
a great resource, but it can't recreate the feeling.
Zero. And so for a guy like me, grew up moving all over the place. My dad wasn't around. Okay, it was just mom, doing the best she could. Didn't have the opportunity to play a lot of team sports, whatnot. We didn't have the money, But I remember picking up a golf club. I remember picking up. As a matter of fact, it was a women's set of golf clubs. I didn't know the difference, guys. Didn't know the difference. Okay, didn't know the difference. but I remember the first time I striped the 7-iron, okay, on a 1970s set of women's golf clubs, okay. That was because of Tiger Woods. That was because of Tiger Woods. And then fast forward, you know, like guys like me, like we felt like, at least I felt like I was shoulder to shoulder with this guy, with his career. Every week, tuning in, Nike, Gatorade. It was everything, like I said, on the heels of Michael Jordan. So it was like the perfect fit. Like it was beautiful for Nike, right? There was no skip for Nike and Gatorade. Okay, none whatsoever. Fast forward to now, and I've got my 8-year-old son, right? And he is a golf maniac. Mom is a golf maniac, okay? And I'm a blue-collar guy. I'm a blue-collar construction guy, right? We didn't have money. We didn't have none of that stuff. I've done my best now to make sure that my kids can get the stuff I didn't have. My son's going to start his first year of PGA Junior Leagues this year, which I'm super stoked about.
That is
right?
awesome.
Tell you what, though, like I'm not showing him Tiger, and it stinks. It stinks. I'm like he knows Tiger. He 100% knows Tiger, but it's he loves Scheffler. He loves JT, right? He loves Jake Knapp. You know, like he follows all these guys. He follows all these guys. Yeah, exactly. You know, but for Tiger, what is that conversation supposed to be with him about Tiger, right? And now I'm sitting here again, and thankfully he's 8, and he doesn't have a phone, and he doesn't have all this stuff, and he doesn't know what's going on. But what is that conversation supposed to look like? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, listen, man, it's a great question, a great phone call, Josh. Appreciate the phone call here, 312-332-3776 if you want to join. But for someone like Josh who has an 8-year-old son who's really into golf and is at least cognizant of what Tiger is and who he was, it is a difficult conversation to have because, I mean, 8 years old, that kid was in diapers when Tiger won a Masters. His last Masters in 2019. He either wasn't alive or he was in diapers. So for all that to be said, it makes you think like, I don't know how you have that conversation. I think you show him the good stuff, like you show him the YouTube videos of stuff like that and let him find out about the other stuff on his own.
Yeah, you know, first and foremost, let me give a huge shout out to Josh. He sounds like an incredible dad. Introducing his son to the game in the way that he did. And for him to be able to say that he played with ladies clubs, that's actually a good way to get started because those shafts are softer for the beginner and whatnot. So I love Josh's story. But, yeah, I don't know that you have the conversation with him as 8 years old at this point. If he likes Scotty Scheffler, I would fuel that flame big time because he's living the life the way he should. I think he's got a combination of a little bit of both of Jack Nicklaus and Tiger in him. The ability to close and win and do it at a rampant rate and in a quiet domination, almost kind of like Jack did. So I think I would continue to fuel that, you know, that fanfare for Scotty, JT. I mean, those are all good household, good nature, seem that they all have their morals in the right direction compass-wise. And then I think when he's a little bit older, you explain to him how jaded his past has been. He's still going to be the greatest. It's like sometimes you have to have those tough discussions about the Black Sox scandal, Ty Cobb. You know, when you're talking about some of these greats, I mean, even Barry Bonds. I mean, great player, but I don't know if you'd really want to go to dinner with the guy. But at the same time, I think, you know, it brings up a very interesting scenario because now we're in that generation of dads who now have sons, and what do? I think this is where you look to what's going on, and it's so great about the PGA Tour. And we said about this at break, nobody's talking about Gary Woodland, and there's another great story going on, but again, Tiger moves the needle unlike any other golfer and basically almost like any other athlete.
Yeah. It's a little easier to explain away the Scotty arrest than it is some of these Tiger arrests.
100%.
312-332-3776. Mike's in Humboldt Park. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, how's it going, guys? Well, I just want to touch base on what Chris from Montgomery said. He said he was surprised that this incident happened again. really, I wasn't, guys. Obviously, I'm going to state I'm not a Tiger Woods fan. I never was. But I will say he's probably one of the greatest players ever to play the game. But his off-course activities are really bad for the game. I think what he did yesterday, I wasn't surprised. I really wasn't. And I'm just wondering, guys, when is someone going to call him out? Once he's going to just say, what you're doing off the course is bad, because he is terrible for the game off the course, and he's certainly not a role model in my estimation.
Listen, Mike, he may have been called out. Doesn't mean he has to listen.
Right, because you know the old adage, you can tell an addict, but you can't tell him very much.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you can see the behavior, but then at the same time, when you try to talk to him about it, they're not going to listen, because he's got to get somebody in his camp into his ear that can really, make a difference. That might be his son. It might be an intervention.
Well, I was going to say, like, if it's not for yourself, do it for your kids.
Right.
Man.
But at the end of the day, he does have to do this for himself. And I think it's going to be interesting the next 24 to 48 hours to see how they spin it or whatnot. But I'm glad Mike called in, because I got to tell you, there is that feeling out there. There are a lot of people who are not happy with Tiger. They weren't big fans of him even to begin with. And, he is somewhat polarizing. Even in the beginning, he was polarizing. So, there's also, if you're a Tiger hater, you'll take this advantage to hate more. But at the same time, I also think that this time has changed the attitude of a lot of people that were on one side of the fence are now starting to lean over to the other side, and it's
I don't even know
really,
if like you're going to the other side of the fence, but you're trying to hide in the bushes, I think.
Yeah, and I guess it's what a lot of enablers do. You just turn your head to it. And I think what Mike is saying is true. Somebody's got to get into his head, ear, or otherwise to figure this thing out, because there's something more at work here and at play, and only he knows what that is, and that's going to take some a level of maturity to look in the mirror and say, I got to talk to somebody. I need some help. It's clear. That's what's clear to everybody.
Yep. 312-332-3776. Where do you sit now with Tiger Woods on the heels of another arrest, and this time on suspicion of DUI? 312-332-3776. You can't deny the greatness of the golf. And what does the future hold for him golf-wise? Is he going to tee it up again at some point in the future, near future, maybe not so near future? Does he find his way into some sort of golf executive role, or as you've alluded to too, Mike, like the Ryder Cup captain, does he find himself into something like that? And what's Brian Rolap going to do? I'm very interested to see the questions that he gets the next time he meets with the media, because Brian Rolap, very new to the job, seems like everything he's done so far has been very good, but this is your golden goose. Even when he doesn't play, this is still the golden goose of the PGA Tour. So 312-332-3776. This segment's been brought to you by Geneva National.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
When Cap and Jay Hood are over, the fun continues.
Tell your friends and enemies.
It's the Carmen and Yurko Show.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears.
ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Make the move to Republic Bank of Chicago. Avoid the hazards of subpar banking with our business checking accounts, each uniquely designed to get your business up and down. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Fox Bend Golf Course, the gem of the western suburbs. Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. Come to Oswego Land, only 45 minutes from downtown, and play some of the most superb green complexes in the area. All skill levels are welcome to play this 6,900-yard par 72 course. Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Open championships, and this year they will host the 2026 Chicago Adaptive Open. Book a tee time today at foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility in Glen Ellen. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 48 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. Conveniently located near I-88 and 355. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant, Bar, and Banquets, overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and Winnetka, west suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, Cantini, and Village Greens of Woodridge, and Southside gems like Harborside International. Kemper Sports offers something for everyone with impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years. Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Cranes Chicago? Visit kempersports.com or follow Kemper Sports on social media.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club, a pure golf experience. Talking Tiger Woods with you here on the CDGA Golf Show. We'll get into some other things going on around the PGA Tour, too. We got to get into some of that because there are some great things happening on the other tours as well. But when Tiger news happens, that dominates the cycle here.
It certainly does.
Talking about what the future holds for him, let's take it off of the course here because you brought up the Ryder Cup, and could he ever be a captain for the Ryder Cup now? And it was always interesting to me, the last Ryder Cup, too, because there was always the speculation that he was going to emerge from the shadows and take the captaincy from Keegan Bradley so Keegan could just focus on playing and not do the whole player captain thing. Now, Keegan had 1,000 vice captains on in his cabinet, if you will, but there was always the talk of Tiger's not going to want to go through all the circus of it. He's not going to want to do the media tour and everything like that that's involved with being the captain. And then he could just kind of parachute his way in maybe a month out and take the role and go from there. And who knows, maybe it changes the fortunes of what happens at Bethpage last September. But it is one of the things now where that's probably the last thing he has to accomplish, I feel like, is somewhat of a more executive role within the sport. And if he can do that, because that's something that you look at the greats, and when they go into some of these other roles, like Michael Jordan was not a good owner.
No.
Maybe he's a great NASCAR owner, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
You've seen what he's been doing lately. But Michael Jordan was a terrible owner with Charlotte. Larry Bird was not a good coach.
Nope.
Like, you look at some of these all-time greats, and it's like, it's tough to put yourself, but I almost feel like being a captain is a little bit different than that because the connotation of captain almost has a playing tie to it, even though Tiger Woods wouldn't hit a single shot in a Ryder Cup. So I wonder if that is something that he's going to take on at some point, or maybe has the PR hit just been too much, and I don't know if we'll be able to separate this from allowing him to be a captain at this point. Like, if I had to ask you who's more likely to be a captain for the U.S. Ryder Cup team, Phil or Tiger, who would you pick?
Oh, I would go Tiger big time. And here's why. I think that this actually, in a weird, odd way, helps him make the decision to go ahead and become the captain, because I think he's going to need to do this in a manner to.
It almost creates work and stability for him.
It does. It almost shows him where his next couple of years are going to be spent, and it gives him direction. It gives him, stability in terms of, one day at a time, and let's get it to, when we go across the pond this time. And I think from that ego and that dopamine blast, if you will, he wants to be the guy. He wants to be the guy that finally got a win over there since 1993. It's been a long time.
Right.
And I think that actually could be the silver lining in all of this for us and for them. But getting back to your point about those who have been coaches and, after being great players, you got to put Wayne Gretzky's on that list.
Right.
I mean,
That's
he was not a good coach with the Coyotes. And
because they say, go be like me. Well, guess what? There's a reason why.
And that's exactly what they said.
If it was that easy, everyone would be great.
And that's the frustration they get as coaches. It's like, why can't you just do this? And it's like, because I'm not you. And so I think there's that frustration level. And that's why I think as coaches, they don't transfer well. But it's interesting when I look at a guy like a Mario Lemieux, who got involved to save hockey in Pittsburgh. I think, from a strategy perspective, I think he was the right guy in the right place to do that kind of thing. But if you noticed, he wasn't behind the bench.
Right.
He made sure he got the right people. So I think Tiger, this could be the best thing for him to start a life after actively playing golf, is to lead and do something that hasn't been done. And again, put him back into that relevancy of, oh my God, he shocked the world again in a different way, and he didn't have to even hold on to one golf club.
Right. 312-332-3776. You want to join us? Steve's in Newport Beach. Morning, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Just traveling from Arizona to Newport Beach.
Oh.
You know what? I've been on that road several, 30 or 40 times. That road is only 20 miles per hour. So, I mean, for him to flip a Range Rover, he had to be going way faster than that. On top of that, in Jupiter Island, there's golf carts going through. There's people riding their bikes. There's kids in the golf carts. There's kids walking, and it's a big thoroughfare for the regular road bikes. So, in essence, he got lucky that he didn't wipe somebody out. But he had to be speeding because you go 20 miles an hour. How are you going to flip the car over? I don't care if you hit something or not.
Right. Yeah. Right. Thanks for the call, Steve. I am looking in the ESPN article and semantics here, but it does say the speed limit on the portion of the road where he was 30 miles an hour. But still, I think a lot of Steve's points remain the same.
And having been down there also in that area, those roads are so narrow, and they don't really have shoulders. I mean, you're basically pulling off into the shrubbery of somebody's yard. I mean, there isn't a big buffer zone there. And I guess the way it was described, he came on like a house of fire, obviously in a hurry. So he just, it was dangerous driving. And the point that I think he makes more than any is how lucky he is. I mean, how different would today be if he actually killed somebody?
Right.
I mean, I know you're going, oh, well, I mean, you're taking it to the extreme. Oh, really? As that car slid, could have been a golf cart coming at him, could have been a little child, could have been anything. I mean,
Lord knows, could have been himself.
Exactly. And if that window is open, who knows? If his driver's side window's open and it fall, he could have, without an arm, hit his. I mean, God, who knows?
Right. No, it's sad to see what it's come to with Tiger Woods these days. I am interested to see what's going to happen when Brian Rolapp meets the media next. I'm not sure exactly when that is, but it is going to be interesting to see how he is spinning this, and is there some sort of plan to get Tiger more involved with the PGA or what have you? Like, what is the PGA's role in terms of trying to help him out at this point? Because he's given so much to the tour, it feels like there's something maybe the tour could help him back. Now, I don't know exactly what that is, but I am intrigued because Brian Rolapp, for everything that we've seen so far, he's the ideas guy. And he's whether it's him or whether it's people on his staff, he's been very creative with how he's gone about improving the image of the PGA Tour in his very limited time at the helm as the CEO of the tour. I'm intrigued to see what he is going to do with the Tiger Woods situation. And because even though Tiger Woods hasn't played in a true tour event in years now, he still is the biggest thing on the tour, no matter how many events we see Scottie Scheffler win over the next couple of years, no matter how many events Rory wins over the next couple of years. It's still Tiger Woods as the number one player on the tour.
If I'm Brian Rolap right now, when the time is right, I want to have a conversation with Tiger. And basically the conversation would go as such: let me help you and you help us. Let's help each other. And if it means you step away, we're going to support you in every which way but loose. Whatever you need to do to get yourself ready to come back, because when you come back, we need you. And here's how we need you. And I'd put the cards right on the table and say, you know what? I think your days are done, but we need you. And I think to help form that path, somebody has to get into his head that he has more value to us without the golf clubs now. He's not going to win. You didn't even, I don't know, if anybody thinks he was going to win Augusta, if he even played, you're delusional. There's no way. So that's, I guess, the point. Or have you reached that point? I mean, come on, you're not going to win. It's just, it is what it is. And you've already have demonstrated it. And now you're in a position where you just had the back surgery. And before that, you couldn't even finish 4 rounds. I mean, and be the competitive. I mean, it's still great what you do. I get it. But he needs help. And I think Brian Rolap could be the perfect guy to help him pave a way forward, a path forward. And I think it excludes Augusta. I think the best thing he could do is go get some help with the blessing of the PGA Tour and let us go to Augusta without the whole Tiger fanfare. And then maybe make an announcement somewhere down the line that either next year or the following year will be his final one. Ticket sales will go right through the roof. Final. That Thursday, Friday ticket would be insane. But
boy, imagine if that's the year you win the Augusta lottery.
Oh, would that would be pretty cool. But no, I mean, if I'm Brian Rolap, I guess that's kind of how I'm looking at it. I mean, you got to remember, he's a PGA Tour member. He's not just Tiger Woods, the GOAT. He's a member of this tour, and he's a big integral part of it. When we talk about the Ryder Cup, we're talking about the PGA of America, which is a different organization of basically club professionals. So that's why I really think Brian Rolap and Tiger Woods, if they have a good conversation together, would be the best thing for golf.
Yep. All right. When we come back, we will go around some of the other things going on the PGA Tour and on all the other tours as well. And we've also got a couple of Masters journals to give away as well. So be listening for that. We will get you up to date on what's taking place on the tour and more coming up next. This segment's been brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. This is your home for White Sox baseball.
There's a swing, a high fly ball. It's a grand slam.
It's hard not to be excited, man. The expectation is to win.
Opening weekend continues. White Sox and Brewers, we have extended pregame. White Sox Weekly with Jeff Meller. Today at 3:30. ESPN Chicago.
With Republic Bank of Chicago, you don't have to scramble to keep your business growing. Our commercial lending options will move your business from tee to green every time. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Chicagoland's own Tour Edge Golf has launched their all-new Exotic Series drivers. They offer explosive distance driven by industry-leading MOI, guaranteeing more accuracy and confidence off the tee. Designed with full carbon construction and pyramid face technology to achieve maximum distance, power, and forgiveness. The low-spin Exotics LS, the ultra-forgiving Exotics Max, and the speed-inducing Exotics Light drivers deliver performance above all else. 3 distinct designs, 1 uncompromising exotic standard. Learn more about the Exotic Series at touredge.com.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by Republic Bank. CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago every single Saturday morning with you. Let's give away some of these Masters journals. Only a handful of weeks away.
I know.
You know it's close because at this point of the year, everyone's watching a lot of CBS because you've got the NCAA tournament going on, obviously going into football. When you get that first Masters commercial during football season, it's probably one of the warmest thoughts you get over the course of the winter. But we've got a couple of these Masters journals here. So callers 5 and 10 at 312-332-3776. You'll walk away with one of these Masters journals. 312-332-3776. Callers 5 and 10 will win a Masters journal. These are cool. It's kind of like the program for the Masters.
Yeah, they came straight up from Augusta National, right out of the clubhouse. We get these sent to us each year. We've got a little program with Augusta, and they know that we give them away on the air, and they're happy to send them up to us.
Yep. So for the 90th playing of the Masters, 312-332-3776, callers 5 and 10 will walk away with these Masters journals. All right, looking at, speaking of the Masters, before we get into what's going on the tour, you briefed me on this. The new Masters or Augusta National Player Services building, and we were looking at the pictures of it during the break. My goodness, what they put together, and they only use it for 1 week. 1 week out of the year, and they built an absolute I wouldn't even call it state of the art, because I think that's not even doing it justice, because it's so Augusta to build something like this, to use one time a year. And it is magnificent. The facility that they put together, the locker room, the dining room, the workout facility inside of it, even like the hallway going in, and it's got like all of the history of the course design too. It's majestic the way they put this thing together.
They did such a great job, and only Augusta can do it the way Augusta can do it. And apparently the Players Park underneath this facility, So they access it from underneath. So they don't even go outside, so to speak. So the architecture, the decor, the finishes, it is exactly like walking into what would normally be the normal clubhouse, but it is just for the players, and they don't call it a locker room. It's called the Player Services Building.
Yeah.
And so, but I mean, it is state of the art. To your point, it's majestic in every way, shape, and form. It's literally perfect, and it's put to use 1 week a year.
Yeah.
That's kind of sad, but it is what it is because only they can do it.
Yeah. There's a part of the story that I'm reading about it too. It was Rory McIlroy. He went to the Augusta National Clubhouse the night he won the Masters, eager to see the small locker room there's the champions locker room at Augusta. And he returned last month and saw that there was another locker room that he said he's still going to use the champions locker room, but this new thing is incredible.
Yep.
Incredible. Now, if you can use the champions locker room, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
It is a very exclusive club in there.
And let me tell you, I've actually had the opportunity to be in it, and it is a very, very special place. And if you are a past champion, trust me, you'll want to be in that building, in the regular clubhouse building, in that room, because you earned it. You go over and visit your friends over there and have a drink, but yeah, I'd want to put my shoes on in the main clubhouse in the champions locker room for sure.
Yep. All right, on the PGA Tour this week, the Texas Children's Houston Open taking place right now, and your leader by 3 strokes, Gary Woodland, who is off to a nice start. He is 13 under for the tournament, 64-63 as rounds, followed up by Nikolai Hogard and Jackson Suber. They're each at 10 under, tied for second. And then you got Minwoo Lee, Jason Day. So while it's not the biggest of tournaments, I actually think you get a pretty quality leaderboard. It's like at least an interesting leaderboard to golf fans here with those guys. Another player who's playing well, a guy that we've talked about a decent amount over the course of the first couple of weeks of the season here, Michael Thorbjornsen at 8 under for the tournament. So he's off to a nice start there. And just, it's, again, one of these like stops that you see along the tour, but it's impossible to not root for a guy like Gary Woodland with everything that he's been through with the brain tumors from a couple of years ago to where he's at right now, leading a golf tournament. The fact that he's even back out on a golf course, let alone leading a tournament, is awesome to see. And hopefully he can bring this thing home over the course of the next 2 days here.
I can't agree with you more. As sad as the situation we have with Tiger on one hand, do we have one heck of a story cooking in Houston. And right now, it's not Houston, we have a problem. It's Houston, we got something special cooking down there. And Gary Woodland, just a few weeks ago, folks, was literally in tears on national TV trying to explain to people what is going on in his mind that he can't seem to quiet down. He is suffering from post-traumatic syndrome, and that as a result of the brain lesion that was removed. And as such, he's in recovery. But it's been a wild story because he isn't okay, and yet everybody's patting him on the back. Good to see you back. Great to have you here. And he wasn't good, and he felt he was living a lie, and he wanted to come clean. And so he did, and he bore his soul literally on TV, and I felt for the guy. But sometimes when you can talk to somebody, talk it out and get it out and let people know that, hey, I'm suffering with this, just take that into account when you're dealing with me. Sometimes I might be having a good day or a bad day. Just understand it's not you. It's just this, right? Well, guess what? He's playing great now.
Yeah.
And I think that's all part of how you come back. And I'm hopeful that Tiger Woods is taking notes.
Yeah.
He's literally taking note from Gary. I mean, he came out and he got himself a little bit better right in the mind so that now he's able to compete on the tour, because what he tried to explain, I mean, could you imagine if somebody came up from behind you, just tapped you said, hey, Tyler, it's good to see you. And he freaks out because it's like, he feels insecure. He feels threatened all the time. And what an awful way to have to go through life.
Right. Yeah.
But he manages.
It's one of the great stories. I remember seeing his part on Full Swing from a couple years ago, and hopefully he can cap this thing off with a title. It'd be
great.
awesome for Gary Woodland. So Good stuff there. You also briefed me on this. I didn't know about this. The Indian Open.
Yeah, the Indian Open. They call it the hardest golf course in the world. And, leading this event, I mean, to win here and to play well here, you've got to be doing something right. Some of the scores, if you look at what some of these professionals were shooting, I mean, we're talking up around 90, 89, 89, missing cuts. The golf course is so severe, and it's been known as the hardest professional venue that they play, and they've now come back to it. It's the Indian Open, which is part of the DP World Tour. Yeah. And I believe Echeverria Nico is winning. And so, I mean, to play well on that golf course, you are in great stride of your game, because apparently this golf course will expose you, and it did with Akshay, but Akshay also ran into some rules issues, which also led to his demise. But if you go down, some of the scores are pretty redonkulous down after they've missed the cut. So it's the toughest one they'll play. But I'm surprised like a guy like Akshay actually flew over and wanted to play in this.
Right. Yeah. No. You see. I was just looking at the one from last year, and the leaderboard. Like, you're seeing like the champion with 73s and 74s rounds submitted, and that's the champion.
No, yeah. That's just it. And it's just uber severe, and I think built in a way. But they go back there. The pros still go. So, it's I don't know that course would survive all that well on the PGA Tour. I think it would take a beating.
Yeah. No, it's I can't imagine what that is like. Yeah, I'm not seeing this year's leaderboard anywhere, but it's pretty insane looking at some of the scores from years past and how they've really struggled to put together like respectable scores. Like all of these other ones, you'd be looking at guys who would have lost, who would have been cut and not even made a cut heading into it. But yeah, okay. I've got it right here. So in second right now, Alex Fitzpatrick, not Matt, but Alex Fitzpatrick is currently 4 strokes back. He's 6 under for the tournament, but like he's got 68, 70, and 72, and he's in third for the tournament here. Pretty nuts. Pretty nuts that's what we're looking at here.
But we've got guys that were plus 27, 87, 84.
Yeah. Right.
We've got a couple of guys that opened up with 89s and then just didn't finish. Most of the guys that did that, they just WD'd, because they just had enough.
Right. No, it's something. It's definitely something. All right. When we come back, we will go around the CDGA, close out the show with you on this Saturday morning. This is the CDGA Golf Show, and this segment brought to you by Republic Bank.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Hankin Law.
When pain holds you back, you deserve expert care you can trust. At Illinois Bone and Joint Institute, our orthopedic specialists help people get back to moving comfortably. Whether you're dealing with joint pain, a sports injury, or an everyday ache that just won't go away. From diagnosis and treatment to physical therapy and recovery, IBJI offers comprehensive orthopedic care, all under one roof and close to home. Visit IBJI.com for more information.
Fox Bend Golf Course, the gem of the western suburbs. Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. Come to Oswego Land, only 45 minutes from downtown, and play some of the most superb green complexes in the area. All skill levels are welcome to play this 6,900-yard par 72 course. Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Open championships, and this year they will host the 2026 Chicago Adaptive Open. Book a tee time today at foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility in Glen Ellen. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 48 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. conveniently located near I-88 and 355. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant, Bar, and Banquets, overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
As a proud CDGA member club with a diverse collection of holes built around a stone quarry, the Highlands of Elgin is a premier destination with awesome vistas. The Highlands of Elgin will be host of the CDGA Scramble Qualifier Monday, August 10th. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
Like a good caddy, the Treasury Management team at Republic Bank of Chicago is ready to carry the load and provide the advice and solutions your business needs to succeed. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Crafted Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Break away to Kohler, just 2 hours north of Chicago, host of 6 majors and the Ryder Cup. Play 72 holes of championship golf at Whistling Straits and Black Wolf Run and the Baths, a 10-hole par 3. Experience the Kohler Waters Spa and explore hundreds of acres of outdoors. 2026 golf packages with 2 to 5 night accommodations are available to book now. Book early for best rates and availability. Call 855-718-3588 and reserve your custom stay today.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by PGA Tour Superstore. Visit any of their Chicagoland locations today. As we go around the CDGA every time at this time of the show. And don't forget, if you're watching the show on YouTube as well, you can see that there is a QR code, YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago. You'll see a QR code there. You can scan the QR code and it'll donate. You can get the link to donate to the CDGA Foundation. Helps a lot of great causes that helps integrate people into the game of golf. So CDGA Foundation, you can scan the QR code right there to donate.
And like I said earlier, 95 cents of every dollar goes to the program. So every dollar matters. So we will thank you in advance for your support. But yeah, that's also part of what becoming a CDGA member is all about. And yeah, joining the CDGA for a nominal fee of $55 a year gets you your index, among other types of benefits and privileges and opportunities, and one of which is the magazine that I'm holding up here, and it is the April edition, and it's got a gentleman who qualified for the Masters in Illinois, and he won the U.S. Mid-Am, so we've got a nice feature article on him. But one of the things that you get as a CDGA member are buying powers and discounts and opportunities. And there is a double spread page, if you will, on April savings. And just to kind of give you an idea of how your membership can actually work and pay for itself, Golf VX is a new partner of ours up in Arlington Heights, and they are an indoor studio simulation golf space, if you will, and an amazing place. We had an event there for March Madness on Thursday, and it was so well received. We had, I believe it was around 20 CDGA members playing and having a great time in a match, and then obviously with the hoops on, it was a lot of fun. But for CDGA members in April, if the weather isn't anything good and you're up and around that Arlington Heights area, check out Golf VX because you're getting 40% off a 2-hour bay rental. They want to be known in the CDGA family, so they are making their facility very available to us in April. So you have no excuse to not get your game in shape if you're around the Arlington.
That's an awesome deal right there.
It really is.
Because you go to some of these simulators in the bay time, it adds up quickly. But 40% off, you can't beat that.
Yeah, bring a couple of buddies. I mean, come on, that'd be a great time. Then, of course, our partners are starting to make a lot of offers available. So if you're out deep in the western suburbs, Fox Bend, Lou Ramadani and company are offering $90 with a cart for a twosome Monday to Friday, anytime. So that in itself, $45 a guy, including your cart for 18 quality holes that they have at Fox Bend. Again, another great deal. Our presenting sponsor of the show, Glenview Park, Ron Cassidy and company, are offering a twosome for $139 Monday to Thursday. Now, here's the catch there. You get a sleeve of golf balls, and then you also get lunch at Course Italian. And I'm going to tell you, they might have the best food out of any public golf course in Illinois, thanks to Chef Franco.
Yep.
So, again, check out Glenview Park. A lot of great stuff happening up there. Palatine Hills, Tuesday to Thursday, Dan Hotchkin and his crew are offering CDGA members for a twosome for $99, including a cart. So there are some great deals to be had, and as we open up the season and we get those good days where weather is, right there to play, these operators are giving us good reasons to go out and visit them and, take that chance, even if the weather's a little iffy, because you're getting such a good deal.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're kind of in like the roll the dice type of season right now. You're playing a spring track. It is you never know what you're going to get, but this week's supposed to warm up a little bit. I think I saw next weekend supposed to be in the 70s too. So take advantage while you can. And there's a number of great partner courses that you can achieve that through.
There really are. And then it goes without saying that as part of being a member, you have access to our own golf shop, CDGA member golf shop. And we signed recently a 3-year deal with the Dunning company who are outfitting us. So when you
wore that exact hoodie yesterday. I love that.
Yeah, isn't this good?
Love that one.
I mean,
that may be my favorite of the new pieces that came in.
The way they think these things out, even to how the hood fits on your head and how it's 4 pieces that they put together so you don't get that big point. They have thought this stuff out. So I have to thank the folks at Dunning for taking care of Tyler and I, because it's really good stuff, and it's the stuff you will see at private golf shops only. It's only green grass opportunities. So a lot of the country club members know exactly what I'm talking about when we're saying Dunning as a brand. So if you want to check out that brand amongst a ton of others that we have in our CDGA member golf shop, as a CDGA member, go to your portal, go behind your username and password, and click on the member golf shop, because Kaylee in our office, who heads it all up, has done a remarkable job, not only bringing on our own private 1914 label, but also with the Thoranko group introducing Dunning, the Norman, and Turney collections all to our store. Our store is going big time, and it's going into some really good and great places. In fact, we now have actually Illinois PGA Golf Pros having our product in their golf shops, because they love it that much because of the thematic and the boutique type of pieces that we can offer, stuff you're not going to see anywhere else. So that's another advantage for some of our CDGA marketing partners in the way of, like, because Glenview Park has it, Fox Bend has it, and Palatine has it. So they're all in their golf shops now. Head covers, shirts,
that's
all
great.
Of it.
Yeah,
So,
it was all on display at the Chicago Golf Show in Rosemont from, what was that? I can't believe it. I was thinking about that on the way in today. I was like, wow, we've been like going for over a month now.
I know.
Like we're like 5 shows in at this point. Like it's
hard to believe.
Flying already. We're almost in April. We're almost at the Masters already.
I mean, we're going to be talking about our picks for Augusta next week, because Fantasy Golf then will pick up that following week, because it's Masters week.
Yep.
I mean, it's hard to believe. I mean, you're getting close when the Cubs opened up. The Sox haven't yet. You're in that one benchmark moment.
Right. Exactly. All right. That is going to do it for us here on the CDGA Golf Show. If you missed any part of the show, you can find it on the CDGA Golf Show tab of the ESPN Chicago app, or wherever you get your podcasts, Apple, Spotify, all that good stuff. We'll be back next week. We'll continue to break down the Masters as well, getting you ready for that, because like you said, Mike, we're not too far away. We're going to have Final Fours tickets punched today, and that's when you know the Masters is really around the corner, and we get the dulcet tones of Jim Nantz leading you down the fairways of Augusta. So looking forward to all of that. Peggy and Dionne are coming up next here on ESPN Chicago. We'll talk to you next week.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Chicagoland's own Tour Edge Golf introduces the all-new Exotics Iron lineup. Precision built for every player type and every scoring situation. The Exotics MB is a true muscle back, delivering ultimate shot control and a pure forged feel preferred by elite ball strikers. The Exotics CB blends a classic forged feel with modern forgiveness and consistent distance control. The Exotics Max delivers explosive distance with high MOI stability and effortless launch. 3 distinct iron designs, delivering performance above all else. Learn more about the new Exotic series at touredge.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
The power of paralyzed veterans of America can be felt everywhere. For over 80 years, PVA has been a relentless ally for veterans with spinal cord injuries and diseases like MS and ALS, and all people with disabilities. That lived experience and unmatched expertise helps PVA deliver life-changing programs and services that transform challenges into change. Today, 1.3 billion people worldwide live with a disability. PVA meets that reality with action, supporting them at every stage of life, both in their homes and throughout their communities, to build the futures they deserve for their health, for their careers, for their families, for their lives, so they can gain the freedom and independence to thrive. That's the power of PVA. Learn more at PVA.org.
How do you know you're home? At Habitat for Humanity, we believe it's when you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Not because of chance, but because of high costs and other very real barriers. A housing crisis this big needs all of us. So let's open the door to opportunity and build a tomorrow where home is possible for everyone. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. Again, that's Habitat.org. Habitat for Humanity. Let's open the door.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you really stretch out? No, I don't stretch out. This morning I just bend over to put my shoes on. It's like, oh my gosh.
I know.
What did I do to my hamstrings? The answer is nothing. I didn't do anything. Why would they hurt so bad?
My IT bands hurt so bad.
Do you foam roll ever?
That is so painful.
I know it is. It's very painful.
I cry in my massages. You think I'm going to actually foam roll myself?
No, put yourself through that pain. You know what they say is you should use a lacrosse ball to really dig in there, but so also incredibly painful.
Yes, I keep a tennis ball in my car, and I am constantly
in your car,
and I sit on it because it hurts.
Yeah,
it hurts.
You have to really get it deep.
I know. What in the world?
Hey, ladies, get funky. Hey, ladies.
That is truly.
I don't
I mean, this is truly what we do.
That's what we do. This is what we do.
This is but
Welcome to Peggy Dionne.
I'm really not kidding about. I know you were just talking about one of the groups that does stretching, where you can buy a membership, and I did not like that. I had one of those, and they did my neck without warning, and I had issues for a month.
No way.
Literally could have had a brace on my neck.
Wow.
I know, but stretching, the older you get, it's so much more important.
It's so much more important, but it's also the last thing I think about.
Right.
Always. I'm like, dude,
but
I'm done with my
look
work.
at your dog. What does your dog do first thing in the morning?
He stretches very well, yeah. Almost to the point where I'm like, okay, hurry up.
Me too. I'm looking at the dog going, would you do that for me too?
I know.
They stretch so well.
I'm with you on that.
It is natural instinct for a dog to stretch when they wake up in the morning.
When they feel it in their body,
my natural instinct is to get a cup of coffee.
Same. Oh my gosh, that's a lot. I don't think about it. And when I finish a workout I don't want to stretch. I want to be done.
Yeah.
Like, I just want to be done.
Yep.
So that's something I've been chasing my whole life. But today, my legs are sore like I did some real massive thing.
Did you do something different?
No, exactly nothing different. But I do think that I've been running on the treadmill more than I typically do. I always try to get outside when the weather starts to turn, but then it got so cold again that I'm like, I'm such a wimp. I don't want to run in the cold that much. I used to love it. I don't anymore. And I think my stride on the treadmill is not normal. Like, I think I stride longer when I'm outside. When I'm on the treadmill, it's shorter.
Yeah.
And that's why I think my hamstrings hurt so bad. This is I'm not a doctor, not claiming to be. That's what I wondered.
Huh.
Maybe we have a listener who's smarter than me.
Well, my husband and I started walking the last 2 weeks.
Oh, that's awesome.
And we have so many wonderful trails in the suburbs.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, and I'm sure downtown in the city as well. I don't know about, the neighborhoods of the city, but so we have been doing a lot of nature center walking, a lot of different forest preserves walking. And I like, he will go almost 2.5 hours.
Wow.
And the first time I did 2 hours with him, and I am not kidding you, we stopped for coffee on the way home.
Yeah.
I could not get up from the table.
2.5.
Uh-huh. And then
Wow.
I got home and my hips really hurt. And I'm walking like Phil Jackson, Mike Ditka, Phil Jackson.
Like you had-
Name the old,
Yes.
athletes that look like they need, a hip replacement.
Totally.
And but really sore. But you think I would stretch them out? No.
That's not. It's not what we do.
But what I'm finding now is that I will do like 3.5 miles. So I'll do an hour and 15 is like my.
That's where you hit your max. Yeah.
And then I get really sore. But I play like why?
Yeah.
Why
is
this? Because
that?
I play paddle tennis, which is
Yeah.
very intense.
Much
and it's
more agility, like side to side, right?
Side to side. And like if I play for 2.5 hours and a single day, like I can't walk the next day.
Wow.
Yeah, but why is an hour and 15 minutes of
walking?
And I'm a brisk walker.
Yeah.
I'm a Chicago walker.
I'm a brisk walker.
Right?
Yes.
I don't run. I wish I could run.
Well, I'm
You're a
a
runner.
walk jogger. Well, I'm not. I think I am running. Like when I'm done, I'm like, wow, I did cover more distance than I thought. So I think I'm running faster, but I do take walk breaks. I do.
Yeah.
I used to never do that, but I do now. But I do love walking, and I'm a brisk walker. We cannot walk together, my husband and I, not at all. He can't. He does not like to go as fast as I do.
Okay,
It's almost like we're walking separately.
Same thing. I'm looking behind me and like, you okay? You doing
I
okay
know.
back there? Like, and then the first day we thought, oh, this is going to be so nice. Let's do this together.
Yeah, and you're not really together.
I'm like, you got to keep up with me.
Oh my gosh.
I got to
See,
keep going
I like
because
to-
I can't. I don't want to slow because then I don't think I'm getting anything out of it.
Totally agree with you. But even if we're walking the dog and I'll be just like 2 steps ahead, he's like, easy, Tiger. I'm like, listen, I just want to get the blood pumping. I don't know any other speed. I only know to go fast.
That's I know. So this has been interesting but I'm very
Your
sore.
IT band, yeah.
My IT bands are so sore, and when I tell the masseuse to focus on them, I want to cry.
Oh, it's so painful.
It
so
is
painful. Yeah.
so painful. But I do have to tell them I think they need to just lighten it up a notch. Like,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I was trying to be really tough. In your portfolio, you put that you like it strong, the pressure strong.
Oh, of course.
I'm
of
like,
course.
okay, actually, I think I'm a medium pressure person.
Oh my God, right. I know. You never want to say, you're like, I don't mind if you really get in there. And then you're
Yes.
like, okay, yeah, that I do mind.
Yes. And my last massage, she goes, how was it? I go, I need some Kleenex because I'm crying.
Yeah, no,
And
I
she
know.
said, well, I hope those are good tears. I'm like, not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet.
No, it's
I mean, really painful. I walk out of there with bruises.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever done the cupping that they do on your, like that athletes do? You know how they have those big welts on their back and stuff? I've done it many
I
times.
remember seeing the Bears players and a lot of Bulls players would
Yeah.
always have that. But you've done it. So what is the idea behind it? Because that's
So
what I don't understand.
Where I've done it is right at the top. Great radio content right here as I'm pointing to my
We're
shoulders.
actually on YouTube
you're right, we
and
are.
Twitch. So
So it's like right at the top of my, like right below my neck, on my shoulders, like right in there. I'm sure there's like a technical term for it, but this is where I carry all of my stress. I'm always like, my shoulders are almost up all the time.
Right.
And so when you relax it, that's where it's the most painful. So they've put them there just because I feel like we call them knots. They're not. It's just like it's a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Like a lot of it, like tightness, but it's almost like it's in one area, right? And so you cup it and make it super tense, and then the muscle relaxes afterwards. I believe that's what it's doing now. Again, if we have a listener smarter than me, 312-332-3776. But it helps them that tension to slowly release.
That's the same
but
thing
it
that
takes
I
a
did
long
that
time.
with that needles, with that.
Oh yeah, microneedling.
Microneedling.
Right? Yeah,
That's basically what
same.
that does.
Or they'll do acupuncture. It's the same thing where you put the needles in certain spots.
But the acupuncture, you don't feel. It's just a real light,
I feel it. I have felt it in certain
spots. The
spots.
microneedling is
so painful. I know. It's so painful.
Like I was sweating on the table.
Yeah,
I said, has anyone ever passed out? And she said, yes, I've had quite a few gentlemen pass out. And I'm like, oh God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I had it in like my sciatic when I was like, that
would not be good.
It was not fun. Let me tell you that.
You know what has been fun? The tournament. Hello.
It's been so fun.
Wow. Illinois looks really
good. Really good. I remember when they were in that 12-game winning streak during the season, and I think it was Scott Van Pelt who said out loud, he's like, I've been watching Illinois. They could win the whole thing. And I'm not kidding, Peg. When I looking at the bracket, I thought if they get past Houston or Florida, whoever it would have been at the moment, if they get past, I think they're in the title game. Like I don't see them losing to Iowa today. That's for sure.
I
don't. And I'm intrigued by the approach to their roster.
The big men?
All the Eastern European kids.
Oh, yeah.
All the Eastern European kids.
Well, did you hear Brad Underwood on ESPN Chicago with Waddle and Sylvie? And he said, he goes, I love the European players. I've always loved them. They're smart. He said that I've always liked their game. But yeah, it's exciting. What time is that game?
It's just after 5 o'clock. It's like a perfect time for today. Perfect time for today. I think about last year when they had Kasparis Yakachonis, who was very
Gesundheit.
I know. Well, I practiced that one.
Can we just pause for a moment? What? And how you let that roll off your tongue.
I mean, I really was excited to do that without flinching. Yeah.
This
coming from the girl who does. I mean, you guys, I sincerely have to practice before I go on at the Mighty Seven to make sure I don't screw things up. And sometimes I still do. I'm not comfortable in those moments, right? And I'll write it out phonetically, and then you get to that moment in the prompter, and you're like, "What was I thinking? That's not it." And like that. But
I'm gonna.
Yakachonis was one that I really
want to applaud you because on these airwaves during football season, it is common for people to mispronounce some of the players' names, like to the point that they don't even realize that they can look it up on NFL on the website that they give us that has the rosters, and at the bottom of the roster is the pronunciations.
Guide, yeah.
You know how many times I have sent Sylvie the pronunciation? I'm like, here. Like, use this.
I know.
You're on. I sound like my college professor who he's like, you are on the radio. You need to be able to pronounce things correctly.
Yes.
And people just don't care anymore. They just whatever. They just say whatever.
Right. No, I mean.
So congratulations.
Thank you. But I remember when he was on the team last year, and he talked about his goal of being in the NBA, and then of course that became reality for him. And I think that sends a message because then other guys that knew him in his home country were like, okay, this is like a gateway for us to achieve higher goals and dreams. And I think Underwood's onto something. I really do.
Yeah.
And they've been outrageous. I mean, they do have Peja Stojakovic's son on the team too, so that doesn't hurt.
I actually did not know that that's his son.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Andre Stojakovic.
Yeah.
Right?
They only show Peja like 10 times a game.
Yeah, they do.
Again, you're talking to Peggy. I mean, hello. Yeah, you pull up a Bulls thing, and I'll be like, huh? What?
Well, we'll all be right there with you.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. Yeah. I mean, they are an embarrassment. Thank goodness they've been eliminated from any sort of play-in contention. It was high time that happened. That was an inevitable thing.
So Illinois wins and advances, right? And whoa, what Champaign is doing, this is crazy. Aiden sends us this morning. He says, I was out with a bunch of my buddies last night. They were watching the games and everything. A bunch of them go to Illinois or went to Illinois. And listen, you're not going to believe this, folks. I mean, first of all, we're going to take a break. But When we come back, what they are doing in Champaign to try to prevent over-celebrating is going to sound awfully familiar, like Nashville, to any Blackhawk fans.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about what the Champaign is doing to try to impede and I know they're trying to prevent injury, but impede the celebrating if the Illini win again tonight. More when Peggy and Dionne return.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. This is your home for White Sox baseball.
There's a swing and a high fly ball. It's a grand slam.
It's hard not to be excited, man. The expectation is to win.
Opening weekend continues. White Sox and Brewers, we have extended pregame. White Sox Weekly with Jeff Meller. Today at 3:30. ESPN Chicago.
Game day energy is here. Join ESPN Chicago and Tyler Aki tonight from 4 to 6 at Cody's Public House for a college basketball watch party. Every dunk, every three, plus flight by Yingling. Great taste, great game. See you there and enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Turn your tax refund into a new roof with Menards. Make this the year you check that project off the list. Atlas Roofing provides the best value in architectural shingles. Atlas shingles feature a limited lifetime warranty and wind resistance up to 130 miles per hour. Plus, their super wide design saves on installation time. Visit us in store or on Menards.com and get a free estimate fast on your shingle project with our easy-to-use design program.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins and Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Still a long time to go, but they're going to have to get it going at some point. 2-10, second half. Long shot. Milkovic
is locking down this offense.
Wagler across the lane. Hamrakaus. 3. Got it.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne here on this last Saturday of March. We were just listening to the Illini highlights. They looked very good in taking down Houston on Thursday night. I thought playing Houston in Houston was a somewhat unfair advantage or disadvantage, whatever you want to call that.
I'm sorry about that. My headphones went out. I loved the fact that Brad Underwood said we're not even going to think about that.
No, I agree.
We're not going to listen to any of those questions. We're not going to make that a thing. We're just coming out to play a game.
They were really good on the road this year, too, especially in the Big Ten, and they weren't afraid of those things. They're a really close unit. You can tell that. And they've, I think after they got ousted out of the Big Ten tournament so quickly, they kind of had a come to Jesus together and like, what do we want to accomplish? And for Kylan Boswell, like it means so much to him growing up in Champaign and being a senior this year. You can tell he's leading that charge of let's do this.
It's awesome.
It is awesome. It's what is awesome to me, Peggy, is seeing, like, we have so many friends who are Illini grads. Jeff Dickerson, of course, an Illini grad. So many people in our circle that went to Illinois that you can see them all so excited about. I just think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think it's cool. It's a fun and exciting moment. But however, in the city of Champaign, things are a little weird today.
Listen to this breaking news yesterday, courtesy of WCIA TV in Champaign.
Makes sense.
Some Champaign liquor store owners are speaking out on the heels of today's news of restrictions put in place directly impacting their alcohol sales, saying the timing could not be worse. Good evening. I'm Kelly Finley.
And I'm Jennifer Roscoe. The city of Champaign is enacting an emergency order ahead of the Elite Eight game against Iowa. It restricts the sale of alcohol on the U of I campus. WCI3's Peter Hansen is live in Champaign. So, Peter, why do they say they're doing this?
Jennifer, Champaign's mayor, who's also the liquor commissioner, says it's to prevent public safety hazards during and after the game. She says police were the ones who asked for this to be done, but it impacts different businesses here on campus differently. So bars can continue to serve alcohol tomorrow, but the sale of packaged alcohol won't be allowed. So liquor stores like this one can't sell it. Now, here are the details on this order. The city says bars can't serve anything in glass containers or bottles to prevent them from being thrown in crowded areas. But starting an hour after tip-off tomorrow night, campus liquor stores won't be able to sell alcohol until the next day. The owner of Illini Pantry says he just doesn't get it.
Okay. I understand the bottles. I totally do understand that. But to do an emergency order, putting it in place, okay. Around campus, serving alcoholic beverages in plastic, paper, and aluminum containers for a set period of time before and after the game, which is scheduled to tip off at 5:09 p.m. It also restricts the sale of packaged liquor and cocktails to go in the area around campus. The order further restricts all licensed establishments in Champaign from allowing delivery of alcoholic beverages in and around campus for, again, a period of time before and after tip-off. That includes Instacart, DoorDash, and others. So I understand that you're trying to restrict your bottles getting thrown and celebration in the streets and all of that. You also cannot buy multiple kegs. You can only buy one keg.
Yeah.
So
here's what I'm reading. There's an article. It was, of course, in the papers in Champaign, but it is also on ESPN at the moment.
Oh, it is?
Yes, it is. And Jeff Hamilton, the deputy liquor commissioner in Champaign, told ESPN that students were, quote unquote, climbing on statues Thursday night, which alarmed officials to implement these restrictions.
Okay.
He said, we made a run to the championship game in 2005, which is they're in the Elite Eight here and with a chance to go to the Final Four for the first time since then. And at that time, we had done this as well. We're doing something similar that we did the last time we made a deep run in the tournament. So it's not like new news.
Okay.
It just they just don't want glass bottles to become a hazard.
Right. All right. So I understand that.
It's not an alcohol ban. He made it very clear to say this is not an alcohol ban. This is just
they're going to make it really difficult for the students to get more booze or beer
Mid-game,
or whatever in the middle of the game or immediately following the game.
Correct.
They're going to keep it very limited to a limited time.
The rest of that news story, which P.S., local news just makes my heart sing. I love it so much.
Like,
I love it so much.
WCI3.
Oh, it was so great. It was so great. But the owner of that liquor store, he said, okay, if you're not going to let me stay open later, then I'm going to open 2 hours earlier. So he opened earlier. He's trying to beat the man here.
I mean, come on. It's a college town.
It's a college town.
That's what those
Also,
businesses
thrive.
Are
Of course.
Hello.
But also, like, these are college kids. If they really want to have mass amounts of alcohol for the game, they're going to find a way to do it.
Yeah. Or, yesterday they started buying.
Yeah, of course.
So, they started buying yesterday.
I'm glad the game's at 5. I mean, like, that limits how long they can pregame. But they will.
Pregame, but it's a long postgame.
Yeah, I know. Especially if they win. Especially if they win, which it seems like they might. They've beaten Iowa 5 straight times, I believe.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Aiden, what did your friends think of this?
They, thought it was just silly. People are going to get it one way or the other.
Right.
You're either going to go super early and spend a ton of money and get more than you think, or wait till they're open after. Or, and this was in another article I read, where one of the liquor store owners was like, how does this not promote people leaving town to buy booze and possibly drinking and driving?
Right. That's another point.
There's a lot of, especially for a town like Champaign, where I don't know if you guys know this rule, but you only have to be 18 to go into the bars there.
Right.
I don't understand.
That's the same thing like in Madison. And, well, if you are accompanied, you can be in the bar at 18 if you're accompanied with a family member, I think it is.
That's in Champaign. It's just 18 and you're in.
No way.
Yeah, that's why I don't
Wisconsin,
understand it. If they can make that law, why are they enacting this?
Right. That's a really
I don't get it.
That's a really good point. So look out if you're planning on going to hang with your buddies down in Champaign to watch the game tonight, because it's going to be some restrictions. There's going to be some police presence on the streets outside of the bars.
On you. They're watching.
That's right.
You.
Everyone's watching you.
You better have that in a plastic solo
Illinois
cup.
better win now.
I know. Well, I know they better win.
They better win.
They better win.
But yeah, so that was interesting. That was fun. The other thing I thought was really interesting for the college basketball, watching the March Madness and everything, was Tom Izzo.
I know.
Did not expect him to be as emotional as he was after their loss. And I mean, what a great game.
That was a great game.
But listen to Tom Izzo when asked about his future.
I'm feeling good. We all talk about retirement. Why the hell am I going to do? I was, the minute I don't feel good, the minute I don't feel like I'm giving my AD or president or school every ounce of energy I have every day, or that energy drops, you don't have to worry about it. I don't steal money. I won't steal anybody's time. But it's sure as hell not going to be now. I got some things to accomplish. I'm going to make damn sure that I said a couple years ago that I'll find a way to get back there. We've knocked on the door twice. We haven't gotten back. We'll get back.
I mean, 31 years at Michigan State.
Right? He is determined to get back.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
But here's the thing, Peggy. We say it every year. You look at the bracket. They're always there. They're always in the mix. They're always pushing.
I know.
It's interesting.
Yep. Let's go out to the phone lines, 312-332-3776. We were just talking about the ban on alcohol sales for a certain period of time after the Illini game tonight. Mike's in Peatone downstate. He has some thoughts on this. Hi, Mike.
Good morning, ladies. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. My son or daughter went there. I have a son who's a senior in high school, and next year he's going to college. But I would get a U-Haul truck today. I would load it up with kegs of beer down here in the Chicago area and cases of beer and bring it down there for them. I mean, that's preposterous that they are actually doing this. Like, let the kids enjoy themselves. Put some grease on the statues, cover that base, and you're good.
Okay.
As a parent,
I know. I'm like,
buy it here and then bring it down to them.
Mike's the cool dad. I'm not that cool of a mom. I don't know that I would do that.
That's pretty
when
funny.
I was in high school, 18 years old, I I had a fake ID that got taken away. My mom gave me my brother's birth certificate and information. I went to the DMV. I got a real license from my older brother. Never had a problem.
Oh my God!
I mean,
wow. I mean, you're like
people.
This is like generations of cool
I was
parents.
just going to say, not only is Mike Dad of the Year, but his parents
Winning awards. I'm not that cool.
Wow.
I would not.
Wow. That's we talked about the fake IDs already.
I don't.
I got one when I was 18 as well. That was it. I was 17. I was one of those late summer birthdays, and everybody else was 18 and could drive over to Wisconsin and go party in Lake Geneva or whatever. And
as a parent of an almost 16-year-old son, I don't want to hear these things.
It's better that you know.
I know.
It's better that you know than to pretend that it's not happening.
I know.
And then be surprised.
La la la
I had
la
like
la.
5.
You had five fake IDs.
I heard it's totally different now.
It's I don't know like who I don't remember who put in the order or where they got it from or anything like that. But when we ordered it, we got like 3, and then all of a sudden that one goes away. You got to get another one. You get 3 more.
Aiden
How
William
much?
O'Connor.
How much did it
I
cost
just made up
you?
your middle name.
No, let's guess it. It's Patrick.
No.
I said William. That's not right.
Declan.
No.
I'm going with all the Irish names.
Starts with a J.
Aiden Patrick. Oh, Jay.
Joseph.
Aiden Joseph.
No.
James. Aiden
Yeah.
James.
Yeah.
So can we call you AJ?
No. It's no. I've never
Well,
been an
I'm
AJ.
not calling you AOC.
I'm AOC. I've never been AJ.
I refuse to call you AOC. I'm not doing that.
I like that. You don't like it? Why? Okay.
Because of the other AOC. Okay. Yeah.
I'll get it later in the show.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Also, maybe not. Also, maybe not. I don't want to. Wow, that's incredible. You had that many fake IDs. I don't love that.
How much did it cost?
It was only like
$50 or something?
Yeah, maybe in total.
That's what I feel like it was when my boys, who are now 24, yeah, I feel like when I found out that it was $50 for them, and then when we were visiting the colleges and they wanted to go out, I was like, okay, so what's your name again, so that I know when we
So
go.
I don't screw this up.
And they're like, Mom, it's not like that anymore. They use your real name, so you don't need to.
What was your name?
Patty Evans.
Was it really? Oh my God.
I also used my sister-in-law, Allison's ID. She was 5 years older than me, so 4 years older, 4, I think. Yeah. So, but back then, yeah, you literally had someone else's ID. And so I just assumed that when you got a fake one, that you also got a new identity, basically.
Right. It will not surprise either of you that I never had a fake ID. Never.
No.
Never even crossed my mind.
Was there drinking on your campus?
No. I mean, we did, but not until I was 21.
Was there dancing? Was it because
my high school? No, there is
Wait, your
now, but
high
there was at
school?
high school. We didn't have dances. We weren't allowed to dance. No, no. Leads right into debauchery. Just
I
kidding.
did
They do
not
now.
know
They do. When
this.
my niece, she's now, how old is she? She's 26. When she was in high school there, that's when they started the dances.
Wow.
So yeah. Mm-hmm.
I remember that when the
Again,
Bears were
derivative
in
of the
Bourbonnais.
Amish. Derivative of the Amish. Go
But
ahead.
was it or was it
Mennonite. Mhm.
Oh, it was.
Yeah,
even
my high
then?
school was Mennonite. Mhm.
Oh gosh, I didn't realize it was that recent.
Oh,
That
well,
your grandparents.
I've been out of high school for a long time. So
I'm trying to
my
not tell our listeners that.
how old?
Dionne.
No, I haven't. The other day I figured out what year this is, like what anniversary this is for my high school. I was like, oh, well, that's a milestone, but I don't want to say it out loud.
You know, when you get the emails, hey, we're celebrating this reunion. I'm like, nope.
Although I am interested. Like I am interested.
What do you want to know? You want to see what people look like?
I just want, I do.
Or you
I
want
to see what
to
people are
show up
doing.
so that they go, wow, Dionne really looks good.
Well, that would be lovely. I mean, I don't want to say that's what I would like, but it would be kind of cool. Oh my gosh. I went back. One of my high school friends is the principal at another Christian school in Sarasota right now, and my nieces went there. So I saw him at one point. But like I graduated with 25 kids. Like it wasn't like we had this massive class.
I keep forgetting how small.
It was super small.
Wow, that is really small. Real quick, in the women's tournament, Notre Dame women upset the second seed Vanderbilt. Duke women upset LSU on a buzzer beater. That was a great game.
Crazy.
UCLA with an easy win over Minnesota, and top seed and the favorite UConn. Doesn't look like anyone is going to beat them as they beat Michigan State by 21. Let's take another break. When we come back, Tiger Woods.
Oh, boy.
Wow. What more can we say?
More Peggy and Dionne coming up
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
You guys know this. I am in my car a lot. Between work, kids, life, I basically live in my car. So I wanted something that felt safe and reliable, but also fun and luxurious. And that's why I went with an Acura from Advantage Acura of Naperville. I had such a great experience. The team made everything easy, answered all of my questions, never made me feel pressured. And gosh, do I love my Acura. It's comfortable, it handles great, has all the tech I didn't even know I needed, but now I absolutely cannot live without. So if you're thinking about a new ride, check them out at AdvantageAcura.com or stop by Advantage Acura of Naperville. Precision crafted performance.
It's baseball season, Chicago. And whether you're a North Side or South Side fan, the CTA is the best way to get there. $5 will cover your trip to the ballpark and back, and it's more money in your pocket for peanuts and Cracker Jacks. There are many convenient bus and train routes that drop you off right at both stadiums. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Chicago in the spring can be unpredictable. You never know which way you're adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installations take just one day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you save. Up to 50% off all window styles. So visit windownation.com and get a free consultation today.
The Chicago Wolves return to Allstate Arena this Sunday to take on their division rivals, the Milwaukee Admirals.
It's a familiar foe, the longest tenured rival, the Milwaukee Admirals.
And you don't want to miss Family Sunday.
A Family Sunday presented by Scott Credit Union.
And what's better than winning on Family Sundays? Nothing. Get your tickets for Sunday's Chicago Wolves versus Milwaukee Admirals game today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Rolling through your Saturday here on ESPN Chicago. You're listening to Peggy and Dionne each and every Saturday from 11 to 1 right here, and also on the ESPN Chicago app. If you'd like to join our conversation at any time, we welcome your thoughts and opinions at 312-332-3776.
This song brings back some very funny memories.
Okay.
When we would go on family vacations back in it would be the 70s, in either our blue station wagon or
love.
our van. I had a brother. I have him. He still is my brother.
I had a brother. He is still.
Used to always say to everybody, like, the kids are always fighting in the car, and there were 10 of us. Well, at that time, there probably weren't 10. There was maybe 7. And his favorite phrase was, take it easy. He'd be like, take it easy.
Oh, no way.
Take it easy. Take it easy. And so my sisters and I would start going, take it easy.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And he
That
would
get
he was like a
so
he was
hot.
like a powder keg.
I'm sure.
He would just
I am sure.
erupt. Shut up. So we'd be like, let's sing again. Take it easy. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, that's hilarious.
Something that's not so funny though is the news yesterday about Tiger Woods. The Masters is starting April 8th, and in our household, it is a Masters household. It is on all week. My husband, my in-laws, my sister-in-law, her whole family. This is what everybody is watching, and I've come to really love it as well. And the fact that Tiger Woods had filed, the paperwork. And that they were waiting to see whether or not he was going to try to play.
Yeah.
After 2 years off, the fact that he'd be at the Champions Dinner, with all the past winners, to find out that he rolled his SUV, his Land Rover, yesterday afternoon, 3 days after his birthday. He had just competed in the finals of, I always forget, what is that league called?
TGL.
I'm very anti-TGL.
I am very anti.
I don't
as well.
understand.
It's something that you and I could do. We can hit off a
You're
golf
hitting the ball
simulator.
into a screen.
What
Come
do we
on.
do?
Yeah, he participated in the TGL finals in Jupiter Island, Florida. No, not in Jupiter Island, but his home is in Jupiter Island and not far from where the TGL finals was. Tried to pass a truck that had a trailer carrying another vehicle on the back. Tried to pass it on the left, but the truck was actually turning left and got clipped, rolled his SUV, was able to get out of the passenger side window safely, uninjured. The driver of the truck was also uninjured. Law enforcement came to the scene. There was no alcohol detected after a breathalyzer on Tiger Woods, but he did refuse a urinalysis. And they did feel that after doing a field test, a number of field tests, that he did show signs of impairment. Now, what was interesting was the deputy talking about how Woods was charged with the DUI, with property damage and refusal to submit to a lawful test, that he did actually explain to the law enforcement his injuries, the surgeries that he has had, and did do some of the in-depth roadside testing. It just leads everyone down the path of his pain pills.
Oh, it's
and
so sad.
obviously this is I am not taking a huge leap, but there was no alcohol in his system.
Right.
But he appeared to fail some of the other field tests. He tells them about the surgeries he's had. Thus, he's on pain pills.
Yeah.
It is so sad to see this happen to one of the greatest, if not the greatest athlete of our generation.
It's so sad.
It really is. Did you hear Michael Wilbon?
I did.
Ooh, listen to this.
Tony, my first thought was, again? I mean, Tiger Woods, clearly a bright man, a talented man, one of the most important sports figures in the history of the world. He just has these lapses. These aren't mishaps. These are huge either lapses of judgment or capability, because this isn't the first, or as you mentioned, the second incident with a vehicle. He was cited for driving under the influence in 2017 and admitted essentially to having an unexpected reaction to prescribed medication. Then in 2021, the very serious accident while falling asleep that threatened to take his right leg. then you have this rollover. And so how flawed is this? Tiger Woods, who has to be worth north of $500 million, you can't find a driver. There's nobody in your life that will force you, that will intervene and say, dude, you're going to lose your life. How many chances do you want at this? Yeah. These are not mishaps, Tone. These are stunning developments.
It's true. It's true. None of it's getting his attention. His fourth dangerous vehicular incident since 2009. None of it's getting his attention, Peggy. And also, he is worth millions and millions and millions of dollars.
He's probably close to $1 billion. Yeah.
So I think he feels untouchable. Like, not in an arrogant way, but in a way that, like, no, I got this. I got it. It's something is out of control.
I'm not going to go that far and say that he feels invincible and has a God complex. What I fear is that he has a problem with the pain pills. And if you know anyone with an addiction, deep down they might know it, but they are going to keep convincing themselves that it's okay.
Yeah.
And I mean, I read how many back surgeries has he had?
Oh my gosh.
I was shocked when I read, I think 7 back surgeries in 7 years, something like that.
Wow.
That's what I worry about. When I had my surgery 2 weeks ago, the hydrocodone that they prescribed for me, I believe there were 3 pills. I got 3 pills. I did not touch them. I am so afraid of that.
Yes.
When my daughter had her spinal surgery, she had to be on hydrocodone because of the pain. And it scared the heck out of my husband. He was like, I'm not giving her any. I'm like, you have to give it to her. She's in pain. But we are going to keep educating her. And sure enough, she weaned herself off before the last pill in the bottle.
Yeah.
So that she could say, okay, there's still one. I'm not saying that anyone is better than anyone else. But when you have an addiction to it, it's the addiction talking, not common sense.
Well, I mean, where are the people in his life who can speak that into him and can say out loud, this is dangerous?
Yeah.
Look, I have been in therapy for the better part of 30 years, right? Like we all have demons. We all do things that we battle privately that we don't want anyone to know, that we think we have handled, and they become like this spiral out of control. And then things like this happen.
Yeah.
And continue to happen. And I don't know what it would take for him. I mean, I'm going to be real with you. Like, one mugshot would get my attention, and to have more than one is crazy.
Right.
It's crazy to me. And to know you have access to someone who could drive you everywhere for the rest of your life. Like, why does he need to?
I get it. It was in the afternoon, so here he is.
Right.
He's like running errands, or doing whatever he was doing. So do you? I'm just going to play the devil's advocate. Do I need a driver to take me, to go, run to
Target? Let's just say. Right. No, you don't think so. Of course not.
I don't think so. But if what Michael Wilbon said was true, is that he told the arresting officers that, he thinks he had a reaction to one of his medications. I will tell you this. If you have any loved ones that are on medications that can be dangerous, they make sure that not only do you know that the second you're having a reaction that you feel like you don't feel right on this one, you need to let us know and let your loved ones know. And oh, by the way, I'm going to tell your loved ones so that they can keep an eye out in case you are. So unless he is truly by himself and lives by himself and nobody sees, I don't know.
Isn't Charlie 18? He's an adult, right?
He's going to be a freshman
he's gonna be a freshman at Florida State. But he's been in a
Wow.
serious relationship with his new girlfriend for the better part of over a year now.
That's the ex-wife of Trump's son.
Correct. I know there's some sort of one-off there, but yes.
Yeah, the one who, Trump's granddaughter who goes to University of Miami.
Also a golfer. That's her mom. Yeah.
Exactly. But it's so difficult to walk that route. when someone has a problem. It is so difficult, and it's really easy for people like us from afar to be like, get some help, or where's the loved ones in your life and all this. The compassionate side says, oh my gosh, like he had a problem before. There was a problem before.
Yes, no, he's done at least one stint in rehab for this addiction to painkillers. What's sad is, yes, I'm with you on the TGL or whatever it is, that it's not my favorite thing. But gosh, it was fun to see him having fun with golf. That's what was interesting to me on Tuesday night. Like it was just fun to see him having fun and in the crowd and pumping it up and like having a good time with it. And that's what you want for Tiger, to feel like he's going in that direction towards wholeness and wellness, and that isn't happening. He has a major role with the PGA now. He is the policy board chairman.
He's an advisor,
for the Future Competitions Committee.
Yeah.
He's working with them with strategic influence, all those things.
I would think if he's not playing, he can't be suspended if he's not playing.
Right.
If he now works with the PGA, then you would treat him like any other employee and get them some help. Let's go to the phone lines. Paul is in Schaumburg and has some comments about the whole Tiger Woods situation. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Paul.
Hi, ladies. Love hearing you guys. You're the best team on the show. Hey, listen, I'm in the addiction business as a counselor, and one of the things addiction comes back to is really about self-esteem. And until he addresses that issue, whatever that may be in his life, he's not going to be able to kick anything. You really have to go back to the root cause and start working on why am I addicted to stuff, not just the fact that I'm addicted.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and you can only imagine Paul with, I'm Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
I can't. I have an image to uphold.
Yes.
I was, the greatest athlete, in this generation. To live up to that and what people expect when they see him, I can only imagine how that would play in his head as well. So, Paul, we appreciate you and your work in addiction. It's much needed and much appreciated as well. Thank you for calling. We appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we can continue on the phone lines at 312-332-3776. We also want to turn to some Bears news as well. And oh my gosh, what is going on with Caleb and the OG Iceman?
Oh my gosh.
Well, this is getting out of hand. If you have not heard the latest, it is viral. It is national news. Everybody has something to say about the Iceman.
This is Peggy and Dionne. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
ESPN's The Hot Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Game day energy, it's here. Join ESPN Chicago and Tyler Hockey tonight from 4 to 6 at Cody's Public House for a college basketball watch party. Every dunk, every three, plus flight by Yingling. Great taste, great game. See you there. And please enjoy responsibly.
Turn your tax refund into a new landscape with Menards. Make this the year you check that project off the list. Create stunning patios and build strong retaining walls with our huge in-stock selection of beautiful concrete blocks ready to take home today. Plus, easily build and design your own raised garden beds with our garden block. On sale now. Check out our weekly flyer and start saving on landscape blocks. Now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Harry Douglas here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone, group chat, smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. We've covered a lot in our first hour here.
Yeah.
Good heavens.
You think?
We want to take this phone call because
We went from alcohol ban.
No, we went from stretching.
Oh, stretching. That's right. Let's do a recap. What you may have missed.
Yes.
Stretching, and both of our IT bands are tight.
Hamstrings, all those things.
Hamstrings. And then we went to NCAA and the Illini, and then the champagne ban on alcohol.
Yeah.
Not a ban, but
restrictions.
curbing,
Alcohol restrictions.
An emergency order.
Emergency order.
For tonight's game.
That was the lead story on the Champagne News, by the way.
Right.
Which is so great.
Then we went to from that to Tiger
Woods.
And his DUI.
Right. Wait, who knows what might happen
exactly. Angelo's in Dyer, Indiana. Hi, Angelo.
Hi, Angelo.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, great. I first time caller, and I love to hear female voices on sports talk radio. It's very refreshing.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. Dionne actually told me a funny story about one of our senior reporters in town who is a baseball reporter and told her that he listens. Hello, by the way, Bruce. Said that he listens to our show and that eventually we get to sports.
I loved that.
He's like, eventually you guys get to sports. I know that you're going to eventually get there. So, Angelo, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, so here's my comment. I'm 73 years old now, and when I was a college sophomore at NIU, one of my dormitory floor roomies, he had friends at U of I, and so we went down there on a weekend to see his friends, and we walked into the bar, and I was, I was 19 years old at the time. All I had to do was show him my my driver's license, I should say, and we just sat down, ordered a beer, and drank beer, even though the law was 21 in the state, and I couldn't believe I was getting served, and it just kind of blew my mind. I mean, how are they getting away with that? And so that law, apparently that 18-year thing has been in effect for probably as long as our lifetimes. And then of course Illinois changed the law on October 1st, 1973, which allowed people to buy beer and wine at age 19. And guess what? I turned 21 6 days later.
That's pretty funny.
So I couldn't cash in on that either, but that's kind of the story of my life.
Angelo, thank you so much. That's pretty funny. It's only taken 50 years. It's still an issue. It's still an issue with the college kids drinking and trying to curb it and trying to make them responsible and celebrate responsibly is really the phrase. But, oh, by the way, we're also going to cut back on alcohol sales.
Right.
So, but he's right. You could still go in the bars.
That is crazy to me. And he just had to show his driver's license.
You know what's crazy is last night I did so many screensavers of Instagram and X regarding Caleb Williams and George Gervin that I just started sending them to myself and stopped trying to paste them and save them and paste them into notes for today because it is crazy what is going on right now.
It is crazy what has developed from this.
It's truly unbelievable.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I can't believe it's gotten to this point.
When we come back, it is Caleb Williams versus the original Iceman, George Gervin. And the old man is not very happy. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Basketball fans, let's watch some hoops. Join me, Tyler Rocky, today for a live college basketball watch party at Cody's Public House on the corner of Berry and Paulina. Catch every dunk, three, and big moment surrounded by fellow college basketball fans. Bring your crew, wear your favorite team gear, and experience the game day energy like you're in the arena. Plus, enjoy Flight by Yingling, great games, and ice-cold flight. Today, a college basketball watch party at Cody's Public House. Let's cheer together and toast with a Flight by Yingling and enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's Cap, and whether it's your home or your business, comfort isn't optional. When your heating or cooling system isn't working the way it should, you need a team you can trust, and that's why I recommend Automatic. They've been serving Chicagoland for decades, handling everything from routine maintenance to full system installs. Professional, responsive, and they get the job done right the first time. Don't wait for a breakdown to take action. Call Automatic or visit Automatic.com and make sure your HVAC system is running exactly the way it should.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
So well played, Aiden. So well played.
Is a kind of an old soul.
Yeah. I think he doesn't want to move on. I think he wants to stay with us for a long time and build something real special here on Saturday.
We need to stop saying how good of a job he's doing.
I know.
Because
that's
every time we say that,
next thing you know,
that's right. There's an opening on Carmen and Yurko.
Aiden's going weekdays. He'll never have to work Saturdays again.
I mean, look how quickly Mario moved on.
I know.
I don't think
He
Mario was very good.
A minute here.
All right. He's still in every Saturday. He does the shows before us.
He just did the show before us. I was like, I did see him in the booth before. He cracks me up. He's hilarious. He's so funny.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. Okay, well, welcome back. We are talking about the Iceman because this has blown up. Last week we were talking about we felt bad that Jeff Joniak didn't trademark Iceman because he is the first one that called Caleb Williams that. And now what a turn of events.
It's unbelievable. So George Iceman Gervin,
yes,
former NBA star, has filed counter copyright to prevent any athlete, aka Caleb Williams, from profiting off of the Iceman nickname.
Mm-hmm.
And this has spurred quite the conversation, the arguing, the yelling. Let me tell you, it's not just fans, old OG NBA fans.
No.
I was laughing when I first saw this. I was like, oh, yeah, well, George Gervin is the Iceman.
Yeah.
He's the original. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But now it has gotten absolutely crazy.
The reactions. It has struck such a chord.
Listen to Skip Bayless, who stirred the pot.
Originality is the key point here that you made. You got to come up with something new. And usually you can't come up with it. Somebody else has to do it for you, right? Yes. It has to happen just naturally. We're organically just, it's like, oh, you're that, right? Okay.
Stop it right
whatever.
there. Stop it right there. Hey, Skip. He did not give himself the nickname.
Correct. He did not.
So you're telling me George Gervin gave himself the Iceman nickname, that he was creative enough to nickname himself the Iceman?
No.
Caleb did not give it himself.
No.
Jeff Joniak heard some players refer to him as he's like the Iceman. He's got ice in his veins.
Yes.
Right? So first of all, Skip, that part is wrong.
That's all we got.
That was
Skip.
it?
That was it?
Oh, here, I want to, we'll let the listeners behind the curtain a little bit here. So this is what we do, Fridays and Saturdays. We'll text or we'll email back and forth. Here's a clip from Twitter. Here's a clip from somewhere. Let's play this on the show. Here's my problem with Skip Bayless. I get it. He's on the other side of this argument. Skip Bayless's videos that he posts to Twitter or X, he posted 2 about this subject. They're each 22 minutes long.
Yeah.
22
minutes each of him just holding the phone in front of his face talking about things.
Yeah.
So when I go in to grab, let's find the best bit. Yeah, it's, 45 minutes down the drain, him spewing nonsense.
Yeah. And it is nonsense.
So
I can't, he is the king of, I'm going to say this to get people to pay attention to me.
Right.
The king. All right, go ahead.
He said this on whatever podcast. I don't even know what it is. But then one of the writers from The Athletic also posted, Nick Baumgardner. I'm not sure what he covers or what city he's in. Then he posted, what is Caleb doing? No one's ever called him Iceman.
You're not paying attention.
Are you kidding me?
That's someone who's not paying attention.
This is not just in Chicago.
No, it's not.
It was on it was on the playoffs. They did a whole thing on him being Iceman. It's on every Bears game, Jeff Joniak calling him Iceman. It was, I'm like, what is going on here? And oh, by the way, George Gervin could have copyrighted it himself.
He could have.
And here's a man that apparently, I have to find this one of the many texts that I sent myself last night. Apparently, 2 years ago, he filed copyright infringement against someone for using his name, image, and likeness in jersey sales. And so he or his lawyers are very adept at copyright infringement. So why have they not gone ahead and copyrighted it? Well, apparently there's a Marvel character that has the copyright Iceman, but it only pertains to comics.
Yeah.
So, George Gervin, go ahead. You should have copyrighted
it. This is what I'm reading.
You've got a smart, young football mind here in Chicago he's not only a professional athlete, but he's a smart businessman.
He's a smart businessman. And I'm sorry, George, that this did not work out the way that you wanted it to. Now, this paragraph in the Athletic article that I'm reading that is from Matt Morit, I'm guessing is how you say his name. I apologize if that's not exactly accurate. But Williams had the label bestowed upon him after the 25-26 NFL season, filled with late-game comebacks and clutch plays. Rubbing his shoulders as if he were cold became a common celebration for Williams as he led the Bears to the NFC divisional round, and a pair of trademark applications he filed last week cover the term Iceman and a logo featuring the name. Gervin, however, has used the nickname since his teammate Roland Fatty Taylor bestowed it upon him during Gervin's ABA debut in 1973. Gervin began using it for commercial purposes in 1979. Despite decades of using the moniker, however, Gervin never held an official trademark from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office because he thought one was already in place. His manager attributed the oversight to the death of a business associate, according to the Sun-Times. So once Williams filed his trademark request, Gervin moved to submit his own applications and the use of Iceman and Iceman 44 within the sports realm.
It's the argument that is going on online is absolutely bonkers.
I don't think
it's unbelievable.
Caleb is not saying that Gervin can't also be known as the Iceman. That has not been said one time.
No.
Calm down.
Right.
Calm down. And not to mention, they're like 50 years in age apart. What are we doing?
I get it. Hey, listen, Frank Thomas is all over when somebody, and when's the last time
the
he
White
played?
Sox right now?
Yeah. And when was the last time he played? So it's smart to be aware of it, but also the legalities of it. Caleb still has the right to file. Now, the Copyright Office can say no. But
to both of them if they want to.
He still has the right to file it. It comes off so petty. Let's go out to Tom on the north side. Hi, Tom. Welcome into Peggy and Dionne.
Hi, Peg, Dionne. You got a great show. I wish you were on more often. But I'd just like to say that Skip Bayless is a pompous you-know-what. He shouldn't even be involved in this. He thinks he's bigger than the game. And I'll leave you quickly with this, Peg. I worked with Timmy and Paul, and your other brother was my son's baseball coach at Notre Dame.
Oh, go Dons. Go Dons.
Have a great day, you guys. You guys are wonderful.
Thank you, Tom. We appreciate that. Thank you. Let's keep going. Robert's in Franklin Park. He's up next. Hi, Robert. Welcome into Peggy and Dionne.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. Real quick with the Iceman thing. There were other athletes named Iceman, too. I was telling your producer Chuck Liddell, a UFC fighter.
Yeah.
His nickname was the Iceman. And I don't think Gervin ever came out and said anything about Chuck Liddell using that nickname. And I was on hold, and I Googled it. There's a dart player that was called Iceman. There was like a triathlon or he did an Ironman challenge. They nicknamed him the Iceman. And I don't think Gervin ever came out and made a hissy fit. I think it's only because Caleb is trying to make money out of it, and Gervin sounds maybe a little bit jealous, and he should have done this a long time ago.
And to say that Caleb is stealing it is ridiculous.
Oh my gosh!
I'm so glad, Robert, that you called in to give us a little background on some of the other athletes. It even caught Caleb Williams' eye as well, because he responded on X saying, "I don't care about where your fandom stands. I was trying to give you and everyone else the benefit of the doubt about knowing business and being smart about it, but I guess not. Foolish of me. Also, words matter, Skip Bayless. Quote unquote, steal. Enjoy that podcast."
And then he put a picture of what it actually means
The definition of steal.
The definition of steal.
I know.
Again, smart bussman. He just is.
Right?
He just is.
I was stunned at how many, like all the different sides. It's on ESPN now. It's on The Athletic. Everyone's talking about George Gervin and Caleb Williams at war over the Iceman nickname.
At war.
I mean, we have mini fridges. We have all the time. We come up with little, I don't know, nicknames that other athletes have had, and we give it a little twist on another one else. But in this day and age, hey, it's good business. Guess what? We're in a tournament right now that we really aren't supposed to say something that they say all the time on CBS because they have it copyrighted.
Right.
And we can't promote if we're going to be talking about the tournament by using the month that we're in.
Of course.
And the other word that everyone. So it's like smart business, okay? You jumped on it. It was smart of him. But I can't help but feel that people just want to say anything negative. They just want to find something negative about Caleb.
I know they do.
They so badly just want to find something negative about him.
I know. It's so true. It's so true. And I think he knows that. He said it out loud. He's like, I can get praised for the same thing I'm getting criticized for. Like it's constant. It doesn't matter what he does.
Right?
What is it about?
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
It is. It is crazy.
What are the Bears going to do in the draft? Well, they have a handful of top 30 visits that have been going on, and they have a couple of more that are scheduled. And it seems like they are eyeing an awful lot of big guys to stop the run in the middle of that defensive line. We'll talk about the Bears, the NFL draft. Take more of your phone calls at 312-332-3776. It's Peggy and Dionne, ESPN Chicago.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Game day energy, it's back. Join ESPN Chicago and Tyler Aki tonight from 4 to 6 p.m. at Cody's Public House for a college basketball watch party. Every dunk, every three, plus flight by Yingling. Great taste, great game. See you there, and please enjoy responsibly.
White Sox baseball is back. Join us at Rate Field for opening day on April 2nd as the White Sox take on the Toronto Blue Jays at 3:10 p.m. 20,000 fans in attendance will receive an opening day t-shirt presented by BMO. Great single game tickets are still available. Book a group outing with friends and family or upgrade to a private suite for an unforgettable game day experience. To learn more and to purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/opening day.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Menards has all the tools and fasteners you need to finish your home improvement project. Whether you need standard nails for general construction or specialty nails for specific applications, you'll find them here. New fast collated nails are made in the USA with the highest quality steel. Check out our entire selection of new fast collated nails and view our weekly flyer on menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Clinton Yates here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast. Others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments. The electricity is palpable. Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Kind of an easy listening moment. What song is that?
I just want to kick back.
I know, doesn't it sound like that?
Put my feet up.
Can I
Crack open a beer in front of the fire.
Sounds great. Sounds like a relaxing
Put
day.
my cowboy hat.
I know, right?
Sitting down next to me with my dog at my feet.
Just staring out into the distance. We're chilling out. That's what that song is. What is that song?
It's Ella Langley. Choosing Texas. I put in a bunch of new music this morning, so it's all on a rotator.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
Do you have us in mind when you put this music in?
Because I don't know that this screams Peggy and Dionne.
Not especially, but I did put in Take It Easy, and that worked out.
That
well.
did work out. That was
Yeah,
a
we're
good
off-
one. Yeah.
1 for 2.
See, we don't communicate all the things when we work together. We just kind of surprises in store. I will say this week we had everything from the 70-degree weather to frigid cold.
I know.
And that was so wacky. Thursday was such a wacky day of weather.
Well, and then you look, the Cubs are back at it today for game 2 in the series, and they went from 70 to 50 to 40s, and now today it'll be in the 60s.
It'll be in the 60s. Yeah, that's crazy. I heard Ian Happ on his podcast talking about opening day, and they were saying, well, weather's going to be an issue. And he's like, I don't care what we have to do. We're playing Thursday because Friday's going to be like 15 degrees.
Yeah.
He's like, we're going to get it in 70 and somewhere around that. We're going to make sure that it gets in. But it was unbelievable to me. This will not surprise you. I had a live shot at 11 a.m. for the Mighty Seven. I was taking clothes. I was overdressed. No one has ever said that at Wrigley in March, ever. And I had too many layers on. So I was like shedding and sweating. And within 20 minutes, you felt the wind. And you were like, oh, here it comes. And then I wasn't dressed warmly enough.
Exactly.
It was crazy.
I know. I do have a question when we were talking to our producer, Aiden, about the music that he selected. When, and you guys hear us talk all the time about we are such a launching pad for our wonderful producers.
We are.
I mean, we catapult our producers right into success. I mean, we are here to help the youngins.
That's what it's a mentorship program, really.
That's right. It's a mentorship. We are here for you, Aiden. What I would like to know is, because we have had a dozen or so producers in the last 2 years, what kind of advice has anyone given Aiden on producing Peggy and Dionne? Has anyone given you any advice, or do they basically just say to you, here's the keys to the Rolls Royce of the station, and it's yours?
I'm trying to think. Like,
Danny didn't give you any advice in producing us?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it was a long time. Like, I've been here for longer than I even think at this point.
Right, yeah, no.
Not just like today, not just this show.
He's like, it feels like a long time. All right,
Not what I meant.
all right, ladies. I feel like I've been here
years.
forever. Okay.
I think when I first started, I was training with Hannah, and then it was Jake, and then it was Mario.
Yes, I
and
think
now
you're
it's
right.
been me. So,
No one gave you any advice. Tyler was our first producer.
Tyler was our first.
And look at him. We turned him
And
into an
Jake.
on-air personality.
The other Jake. We did turn him into an on-air personality. Jake, what was the other little Jake who moved away?
Cantu.
Jake Cantu. Yeah, he was great. He was our producer for a while, too.
Fabulous.
Charlie even did a couple.
Charlie
was very short-lived.
Charlie basically went in and signed papers. What do I have to do to get off of Peggy and Dionne?
I think probably.
I mean,
we were a lot for Charlie.
Yeah, I know. Charlie still looks at me like, I don't get you. Like that's and I look at him. I don't get you either.
It's that parent look. You're like, I know that you don't understand anything that I'm saying.
How about not advice for producing our show? How about when all you youngins go out drinking? That's when the talk starts.
I would love to listen to that. Wouldn't that be fun?
That's when the talk starts.
I'm sure.
You can come to Cody's Public House today for Tyler's big watch party.
Oh, that
is
is
a good excuse.
Yeah. I am
Actually, that would be fun.
Wouldn't it be fun?
Yes.
We should do that. We should have done that at our faux holiday party. We should
What
have sat
time is
around
that
with
at?
the boys.
I've only said it twice now.
You got it right in front of you 2 more times.
4 to 6. Let's see. 4 to 6. Oh, I have to come back. No, I'm not doing that. Sorry. Sorry about that.
Gave you the option.
Yeah, I know. That was your chance.
Could you imagine? You think, is Shea going to be there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you imagine if you walked in?
If we walked
in, sometime you'll have to side text.
would
We're going to
either-
be here, and we will pop in.
Whose day would we ruin and whose day would we make?
Well, I don't know.
I think you would make Jack stay.
Oh, we love Jack.
I know.
We love Sweet Jack.
We really do. I mean, poor Jack. Poor Jack's mom.
I know. Poor Jack's mom. Did you see what
your mom probably does your mom listen?
Yeah, occasionally. My dad listens. Yeah, yes. My mom
Have they asked you about us? Because
Not
most of the
especially.
parents are a little concerned when their sons produce for Peggy and Dionne.
Yeah, they made Danny sign a waiver and everything. It was, whole big process. It's like the chaperone for the field trip.
Correct.
Yeah, it's a whole big process.
Is this okay? Do we trust them with your child?
And typically they tell us, like, no, you cannot chaperone.
Right. No.
Yeah, like, I am not one of those parents that ever got picked to chaperone.
I did one field trip with Noah, but that's it.
Of course you
fun.
did.
I enjoyed it.
And they probably wanted you to.
I think maybe.
If I was the only one that signed up, they would still say no.
That untrustworthy, huh?
I don't know why. I mean,
I don't know why either.
I'm a good parent.
You are. You've got almost 3 of them grown.
It's just if you put a microphone in front of me, that's when things change.
Sometimes.
All right.
Yeah.
And, I'm not raising my kids right now. I'm not raising your kids either. So,
No, it's fine. It's so fine. Did you see what they made Jack do? I don't know if they made him do it. To see if
What?
Jack can gain 10 pounds eating everything they serve at the
come
the new
on.
food. Yeah, no doubt. They made him get on a scale.
What new food?
And at the White Sox. You know how they do that food preview?
Yeah, he gained like half a pound.
Our boy sat down and tried just about everything.
Oh, gosh.
I know.
Oh, my gosh. Was he okay?
He seemed okay.
Can I just say, he has found a sweet spot.
Yeah.
Working on Carmen and Yurko.
Yeah, he has.
He has totally found a sweet spot.
Yeah.
It's very funny to hear our sweet Jack go up against Yurko.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
Yurko wants to just swallow him whole, and he catches himself. He just catches himself. And Carmen it's like when you're at the zoo and someone climbs into the tigers
or
cage,
into the lion's den.
into the lion's
or
den,
whatever, yeah.
and people see it and they get their phones out rather than go and pull the guy out.
Right. They just watch
That's
it all
Carmen.
unfold. Yes.
That's
he's just
Carmen. He just gets his phone
letting
out.
Jack fend for himself.
He just wants to sit back and watch.
I was filling in for Jay Moore yesterday, so I was here with Jack during Carmen and Yurko,
Yeah.
and there was some sort of back and forth between Jack and Yurko.
Yes.
And they were going at it pretty good, and Yurko just goes, all right, that's enough. Sit down.
Exactly.
And Jack we were just cracking up about it. The
Yeah.
two
That's
of them going
hilarious.
back and forth is great.
It's perfect. It's a great bridge of the generations.
It is.
Oh, let's squeeze in a couple phone calls here. We have Adam who is in Deerfield. Hi, Adam. Adam.
Huge fan of the show.
Oh, thank you.
thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Thanks for calling in.
And I just wanted to say I'm a big Bears history buff. And the original Iceman was Red Grange.
Oh,
He
come
played for
on.
the Bears.
Of course.
So wait a minute. Right, from the 30s. And he was called the Iceman because he delivered ice. He was called the Wheaton Iceman. That was his job.
That's hilarious.
Nuh-uh.
That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
So maybe he should have sued George Gervin. I mean, it's so ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous. You are right, Adam. That's crazy, though.
Wow.
I love knowing that.
Yeah, how did I not know that? I've never heard that. And he lived in Wheaton, or was he from Wheaton?
He was from Wheaton, and they called him the Wheaton Iceman. He played at Illinois.
Right, I
He
remember
was
that.
amazing. He's one of the greatest Bears of all time, but not a lot
Right.
of people remember him. And he was called the Wheaton Iceman. So there you go.
The
There you go,
Galloping
yeah.
Ghost and the Wheaton
Wheaton
Iceman.
Iceman. Because he delivered ice.
That's awesome.
That's actually
Adam,
awesome.
thank you. That was
you.
a really good one.
I love that.
Let's take a break a little bit early here, and then when we come back, we can talk a little bit more Bears that we were just going to get into with the draft and everything. Coach Jing, hang on the phone lines. We'll take your phone call and any others at 312-332-3776.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Spring is a great time to tackle home projects, and for me, that meant finally upgrading some very, very, very old windows. I connected with Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy, and I could not be happier that I did. Russ helped me find the perfect custom windows for our home, and he wants to do that for you. He came to our house personally to make sure that he got it right. The Chicago Window Guys team is excellent, and they have the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price guaranteed, and they come with a lifetime guarantee. So trust who I trust. Call 847-881-3060 or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Get ready, baseball fans. Opening weekend is here. Catch every pitch of your favorite teams at Roadhouse in Oswego and Roadhouse in Yorkville. Big screens, electric vibes, and ice-cold drinks, plus neutral specials all weekend. Made with real vodka and real juice, nothing fake. Just crisp, refreshing taste every inning. Bring your crew, grab a seat, and don't miss a moment. Opening weekend lives at Roadhouse. Great games, great vibes, great drinks, brought to you by Neutral. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's Yurko. March is College Hoops Month, and you need to be ready in case a watch party breaks out at your house. Corner Booth Pizza to the rescue. Corner Booth is real Chicago pub-style pizza, cut into squares. We're talking crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings stacked oh so high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and my favorite, sausage and jardiniere. There's something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
The Chicago Wolves return to Allstate Arena this Sunday to take on their division rivals, the Milwaukee Admirals.
It's a familiar foe, the longest tenured rival, the Milwaukee Admirals.
And you don't want to miss Family Sunday.
A Family Sunday presented by Scott Credit Union.
And what's better than winning on Family Sundays? Nothing. Get your tickets for Sunday's Chicago Wolves versus Milwaukee Admirals game today.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy, I have a hard time believing that it is the end of March already.
I know.
We are about 4 weeks from the draft. Not quite. Right? 4 weeks.
Yes.
And
I hope. Are you covering the draft?
Yes, but not in Pittsburgh because they don't have a high pick. I'll just be at House Hall.
Okay.
Which is, thank you, totally fine. Do you know how many times I've traveled to the draft and our draft pick is not even there?
Oh.
That's happened multiple times, actually, last year included.
Yeah.
Colson Loveland wasn't there. Darnell Wright was not in Kansas City. So, I mean, it's not worth it to go.
Wow.
And that also lends me to, I do so much research to try to, like, be prepared for whoever they're going to draft.
Yeah.
And outside of course, Caleb. Like, it's hard to know. It's hard to know.
Right.
I've done talks with agents of players that were never even,
Yeah.
their name was never even uttered on draft night, let alone for the Bears. Like, there's so much work you do behind the scenes, and then it's like we truly don't know.
Yep. Interestingly, the Bears with their top 30 visits have been bringing in a lot of defensive tackles. And a lot of people, listen, they've got to stop the run. They have to be able to stop the run. And so they seem to be bringing in some guys. Ohio State's defensive tackle Caden McDonald came in for a visit last week. That was one guy. There's a lot of people are watching to see what the Bears are going to do. But Aiden found an interview, kind of an older interview with Dan Rochar, the offensive line
From a couple
coach.
weeks ago, yeah.
And when we sit here and we try to predict, because they're bringing in all these defensive tackles, right? And we're like, oh, who are they going to take? Who are they going to take? It all depends on how the board goes. And shockingly, this is what Dan Rochar had to say. He was very quiet.
He held his breath first, and then he spoke.
That's right. He was telling you a secret. He just didn't want anyone else to hear it.
He's a man of very few words. It would appear.
But basically, he's also the coach that had said that when it comes to their left tackle.
And speaking on last year, because, we were in the market. We thought we were in the market to go early. We had the 10th pick, and although that went to Colston, which was a heck of a pick, we're all doing that as positions, coaches. That's really what we're driving at for our head football coach, our GM, and those in the room to be able to go, man, this guy's got good football makeup, or there's some real concerns. And the more concerns there are, the less clean they are, the more work you then have to do after the process. That's bringing them to campus for what we call 30 visits. You get 30 prospects to come to campus, and you can spend an entire day, meal setting, whatever those things are, to do more legwork. And then a process like this where you're on Zoom. Hey, how much more can we gather? And I always like to, in the process, I always like to go back to if I know somebody that I really know at a college that's worked with the player, and they can give me insider information about what this like how's this guy handle injury? Is he going to be able to fight through it, or are we going to be dealing with a guy that's in the clubhouse? Because availability is so important in this game.
And they ended up last year. Were any of their draft picks a top 30 visit?
Nope. Not a single
None
one.
of them.
They used
None
all
of them.
30 visits, and not a single draft pick was one of them.
Ended up being one of their draft picks. That is shocking. So they have this week coming up, they'll be hosting University of Washington defensive tackle Antonio Thompson. Thompson ran a 4.75 40 at 300 plus pounds.
Dude.
30 reps on the bench. At his pro day. He is considered an outstanding athlete on the interior, which is, I think, what Mr. Billingsley used to be before he put on that extra 30 pounds last year. Because, think about how mobile Billings was 2 years ago and then last year. But listen, everyone's looking for that big human fire hydrant to just plug up the middle.
Yes.
That's what the Bears need. So whether or not they go defensive tackle will be very interesting. Coach Gene is in Dallas, one of our regular listeners who likes to tune in with our Bears talk. And Gene, what do you think they're going to be doing?
Well, first and foremost, I love you ladies. However, I have a bone to pick with both of you ladies.
Oh, no.
Okay. Oh, no.
I'm a little upset with you both. I'm just saying. I haven't heard a word in months about getting rid of Richard Hightower. First and foremost, Dionne, I'm really
Gene,
upset with you.
That's her guy.
You know I love HT.
That's her guy. You're asking her to break up with Richard Hightower?
All I know is these eyes don't lie. When I first called you ladies and made my introduction, I told you offensive, defensive line, always go there to win games. And we hadn't yet addressed it yet, but Richard Hightower the last couple of years has cost the Bears so much, and this year it's going to cost them even more because we've lost a lot on special teams.
Yeah.
His special team field position, we average probably the 42. Anytime we kick the ball anywhere, kicking game, block punt, come on. But I'm just going to say this, Dionne, you were on my board with that other guy, with my kid out in Seattle that played receiver that once he was gone, oh, my God, he is the best of the best now. So I just wanted to say I would love if someone would address this because I don't want to go into the season like, oh, he's okay. Oh, return to the 50-yard line. Now they're in field goal range. So that was my bone to pick with you ladies. So, but
thanks, Coach.
Now I'm gonna get into my draft.
Oh wait, hang on.
There's more.
It's the Coach Gene Show on ESPN Chicago.
Oh gosh.
Listen, but isn't that what Raymond is for? Isn't that why they brought him in?
Yes, it is.
To get some of those hidden yards on the returns?
Watch this.
Wow.
I'm not gonna wait. Now, don't get me wrong. I do love Raymond on the return game. I'm talking about our defending. So I'll say this. I hadn't said it before. Devin's one of ours too. So I love Devin. Little slight, but I love Devin. Devin brought a lot. I think he's a good kid. So he's gone. So yeah, Raymond is going to be adequate at that return spot. So I did want to kind of throw a couple of names out there, a couple more of my kids that I would love the Bears to get, because the other thing that hurt us last year, it was that D tackle spot, which you guys just touched on. One of the kids I love from Ohio State, McDonald. I love him, but that second round, I would love to get one of my kids, Anthony Hill, and that third, I would love Malik Muhammad. Anthony is a freak, and he brings the things that the Bears were missing last year. No team speed at the linebacker spot. Our defense in the middle, it was all slow. I hated getting rid of Brisker. I didn't really want Bird back. I thought Brisker at that money amount would have been a great person to bring back on a 1-year deal, just because his injury history. I understand that too, but I really want us to address D tackle, the linebacker speed, and also the safety speed. And Kobe is a good start, but we still need more depth. Mm-hmm. And so I'll let you ladies go ahead. And thank you for giving me my opportunity for this. The coach, I want to be Coach Ice now too.
Well, get in line.
Coach Ice show.
That's right. Get in line. Coach Gene.
Gosh, Coach Gene.
Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it.
Thank you. That was a solid segment from Coach Gene.
Right? We haven't heard from him in a while. That's funny. And I like that he plugs his players at his camps.
No, I do too.
I was really surprised, not surprised that Jervon Dexter switched agents and he's now represented by Drew Rosenhaus, but I was surprised to see. I always thought that Jervon Dexter loves to go after the quarterback, does not stop the run. And for where he was drafted, is this a player that the Bears, does he fit their mold? Is this who they want? Because you realize he has more sacks as an interior defensive lineman than Tommy Harris did in 3 seasons with the Bears.
Wow.
That shocked me when I read
surprising.
that. That shocked me because I loved Tommy Harris. And I just thought there is no one to this day that has played for the Bears that has more instinct at the snap of the ball than Tommy Harris did. He had cat-like instincts. But Jervon Dexter, I was shocked. 13 and a half sacks in 3 seasons is more than Tommy Harris, who was a 2-time Pro Bowler in his first 3 seasons. So, you look and you say, okay, what are they looking at? They like to move their guys around. They like to move guys up and down the line so that the pass rush is coming from different approaches that the quarterback has to see or find or react to. But they have to get 2 run stuffers for that rotation.
They do.
So, whether or not they go early in the draft or this is it's a deep draft for defensive ends.
It is.
Not as deep for tackles.
Right.
So 25 just seems, if there's not a stud, if they don't take a defensive tackle at 25,
you're
means
leaving.
They're gone.
That's what you said.
I know.
You're just like, if they don't draft a defensive player at that spot, I am out of here.
I'll be happy if it's a pass rusher too, though.
Yeah, same.
But if they don't take a tackle, I'm not upset there because it means that the best tackles are off the board. I hope.
Yeah, right. I would think so. I mean, I know that when we were at the Combine, Poles talked about believing they can get a starter there, depending on what direction they go, if they stay there.
With that kind of depth in this draft,
they
should.
Right? They should.
Yeah, they really should. All right, let's take a break because I would like to ask all the Cub fans out there: are you done bitching? Are you happy? Are you happy now? Hello? Y'all have been wanting to spend Tom Ricketts' money.
He's spending money.
Spending some money.
Spending money.
Guess what? The moths are out of the wallet. He has opened up the checkbook and is spending money. Now, what are you guys going to complain about? Right? What could you possibly have to complain about? Well, except maybe for that opening day loss. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This
is ESPN Chicago.
YouTube. For the live stream of ESPN Chicago, subscribe for free today at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Game day energy, it's here. Join ESPN Chicago and Tyler Aki tonight from 4 to 6 at Cody's Public House. Hey, apparently all the ESPN producers are going to be there along with Tyler. It's college basketball watch party. Every dunk, every three, plus flight by Yingling. Great taste, great game, great company. See you there, and please enjoy responsibly.
The first pitch is in the air. The chase for October has begun. Celebrate the season with Matrix Basement Finishing. Mention opening day and save an extra 10%. Visit matrixbasements.com. Then tune in as the Southsiders take on Milwaukee in a series of epic proportions. Catch every pitch, every big hit all season long right here on your flagship home for Southside Baseball, ESPN Chicago.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Glove of the shortstop, Bogarts, and it's into center field. Tucker scores, Nico to second. It's a 3-3 game. Swing and a line drive. That's a base hit into center. And that's going to score both of them. How about Nico Horner, RBI single, and the Cubs enjoying a 6-3 lead.
So those were highlights from the past because that is not what happened.
Oh, I was like, Yeah, that's right. I'm like,
Those
I hear
are
the
highlights
Cubs
from the bed.
highlights.
No,
Yeah.
no. I mean, let's talk about the good times because Thursday was not the good times for either one of our baseball teams. Combined, outscored 24-6. Welcome
And 20
to the
strikeouts
2026
by the White Sox.
20 strikeouts.
Despite Chase Meidroth leading off with a home run.
Correct.
And Mooney
Murakami
hitting a ninth inning home run.
Yep.
Those were the only two highlights. Sandwiched in between 20 strikeouts by the White Sox.
Strikeouts.
Yeah.
So today's a new day. It does appear that Nico Horner is the next to have signed a 6-year extension with the Cubs. Yesterday, we were there for Pete Crow Armstrong's contract extension, and I asked Jed, "Are you here to confirm the second baseman?" He's like, "Did I say that?" I was like, "Nope, not yet." So we're waiting for official confirmation from the team, but it is believed that he did sign that deal. That's expected to become official in the next 24 hours.
6 years, $141 million.
Yes, more than Pete got.
Wow.
PCA got 6 years, $115 million, which with incentives up to $131 million. Don't say the Cubs aren't spending money.
Well, now I cannot tell you. And I understand Waddle and Sylvie talk about it all the time. And Sylvie, as a Cub fan, is like, don't get in the business of owning a sports team if you're not going to spend the money, right?
But see, when we said those things, it was often to get like the big name. That's what they were trying to spend the money. But now,
what Waddle would say is it's about the fact that they're not top 10 in spending. When you are a top 10 market,
correct,
you need to spend like you're one of the big market teams. So now they are spending like a big market team. Is it the money that they're spending? Is that enough for Cub fans? Or because they basically invested in their own players, outside of bringing in Bregman as well, are they going to complain about where they're spending the money now?
Well, probably. I don't know.
I mean, no team in the offseason has spent as
more than
much
the Cubs.
than the
Agreed.
Cubs.
Agreed. It's also interesting. So yesterday when we were there, like kind of talking about PCA, he is signed through 2031. And then like Dansby in 2029, and I think Bregman through 2030, and now Horner. But the rest, everybody else's contract expires in the next year or two.
Yeah.
Which is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Like how that dynamic is how that's gonna impact what they do.
Well, especially with the impending work stoppage after this season. So
Which they won't. That's December's problem, is what someone said to me, which is probably how they'll approach it.
Well, listen, once the baseball season is over, it becomes the problem.
Massive.
In October, when the season ends, and then it's November, December, there won't be any, what did they say? There's not going to be any of the owners' meetings, the GM meetings, all of that stuff. Everybody. Mm-hmm. So even as a writer, as someone that covers the sport, you would think, oh boy, this is my only opportunity to go on vacation with my family, but you still have to have your ear to the phone, your eyes to the phone at all times.
Yes.
Because you never know what is happening.
No.
Wow.
No. It's interesting. I'm glad though. I'm glad though. It was neat to see Pete's parents there yesterday. I mean,
were they there?
He looks just like his dad.
Does he?
Oh my goodness.
The actor.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And it was just they gave his mom flowers, and you could tell that he was like really proud. And it was just, he's so young, right? Like, Thursday was his birthday. I mean, like all happening at the same time.
Wow.
And I told his mom, I said, you've done a great job. Like, he's very respectful and well-spoken and all of those things. She's like, growing up, I just wanted him to be interested enough to invest in something. Just be interested enough. And like,
find your thing.
Yep. And it was awesome. Like, it was just a cool moment for him and for his family. And now Nico right on the heels of that. I think it's interesting. So now, will these guys be the next generation of Cubs for life, right? Like, we thought that before.
Well, that's what it looks like. It looks like they're trying to build it that way.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, then you go, then you look on the south side, and there was so much hope. Aiden.
What do you mean there was? It's one game out of 162.
I refuse to ride that roller coaster. Now it did not look pretty.
It was so ugly.
It was
but
so
you don't
ugly.
want to, after the way things ended last year, you don't want to open the season with everyone going, same old White Sox.
I know.
Yeah, you're already breaking MLB records, the first game.
Exactly.
First team.
And not the records you want them to break.
They got 5 pitchers already with an ERA over 7.
Yeah.
Right.
Today's a new day. Today is a new day.
You can't, you just want better, right? In the end, we just want to get to July and feel like, okay, this is better. When no one's under any sort of disillusion that they're going to push for the division or anything cuckoo like that.
How many wins would you predict for the White Sox? What are you thinking, Aiden?
I said 76.
Oh, I said 72.
I was thinking more like 70. That was kind of where I was at.
Yeah.
Not lose 100 games.
Yeah. The biggest issue with this team is, and Jesse said it perfectly yesterday, last year it seemed as though the pitchers were ahead of the hitters. This year it's kind of flipped on its side, where you went out and you got bullpen arms for all those close games that you lost last year. The starting rotation is going to be the downfall of this team, no matter what the offense can do.
But what happens when those two youngsters, all the youngsters are in AAA this year.
Yeah.
Like you could see Schultz up here. You could see who's the other one?
Hagen Smith.
Yeah, Hagen Smith, yeah.
You might see those guys midway through this season, and you may have a different tune about that rotation. That's what's exciting. Is when you look at those kids, that's where you go, oh, wow, they're in AAA this year. You're like, oh, okay. Like there's some hope. We hope.
No, there is.
There
is. I refuse to be upset after one game. It was ugly as could be. I think today will be better. I'm excited to see Kate Horton pitch today.
Yeah, what do you think the rebound for the Cubs is after that? They were both such just ugly losses. It's the Nationals. It's the Nationals.
They're not expected to do anything. And
the Nationals were like at times they looked not only like they're coached by a little league coach because he's like 30 years old, but they were making like little league mistakes. Base running errors and out in the field. It was like, oh my God, what are we watching? And then it was like the Cubs succumbed to it as well. Granted, it was the weather.
Well,
it was windy.
The weather should be advantage Cubs, not the other way around.
Right.
Today, big time.
Yes.
That game, first pitch is at 1:10, so in about 20 minutes. 42 degrees, wind blowing out to left center at 9 miles an hour, gusts up to 19, and starting on the bump for the Nationals is Miles Michaelis, the former
my
Cardinal.
gosh, yeah.
Cubs got him for 6 home runs on the 4th of July last year.
That's right, I remember that.
3 off of him in September.
Ooh.
He gives up the long ball.
I wonder what the over-under is for home runs in the first inning.
Home runs in the first inning?
Well,
you never know. I don't know.
Jump on them early. Jump on them early. Right? Look at Skeens in the that was.
Oh my gosh!
Can I just say, it's like
Speaking
in golf.
of overreacting, I was like, what is happening?
It's like in golf when you have a bad round, and your handicap goes up. It takes forever for your handicap to come down. It takes forever. Oh, it can get up there really quick. All it takes is one bad round. It takes forever. How in the world? How quickly will that come down? His ERA. What is it? 67 or something like that?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's something. He only pitched 2/3 of an inning, and none of it was his fault.
Right. Like he kept
O'Neal
looking
Cruz in center field.
Yes.
Looked like
my gosh.
any of the 3 of us was out there.
How quick? I'm serious about that. How quickly will that take? How quickly can it come down? In golf, you can play every day and try to bring your handicap down. He's only pitching every 5 days. So
67.5.
Eventually.
If I were him, I hope he had a sense of humor afterwards, even as angry as he was at his outfielders. I hope he took a picture of the box score just to show like that will never happen again.
Right. I would think it wouldn't. That was like, talk about buzzkill. Good heavens.
I know.
The 5 pitchers the Sox used on Thursday. ERA of 17, 8, 18, 41, and 21.
Yeah. Who's got a 41?
Jordan Hicks.
Oh. Okay. Let's play this game. Screen grab that right now so that you know, like later in the season, let's look and see how they recovered from this.
Yeah.
I got to say, one of the guys already got sent down after one game.
Right.
So
I just
his
saw
ERA
that.
isn't doing anything.
Who did get sent down?
Tyler Gilbert.
Yeah,
I didn't think
Tyler
he was going to
Gilbert
make
did.
the opening day roster.
And
anyway.
they activated Brian Hudson.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see that.
I just saw that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I mean, it's such a long season. That's why I love baseball. It's because it's every day. Because Thursdays, I hated that they didn't play yesterday. Why did the Sox not play yesterday?
Thank you, Dionne.
You're in
Doesn't
a dome.
make any sense.
You're
Thank
in a
you.
dome. And if you didn't want it to be a 4-game series, then the Sox should have started on Friday.
Or you get an off day Sunday when
Yeah.
you're traveling to Florida.
Or that.
Yeah.
Or that.
I understand that with opening day, there is that potential that the weather is going to be so poor that
Right.
you need to have a built-in rain date.
Yeah.
But not for the dome teams.
Okay, can I? You know what else?
That is just logical.
I have a problem
Not for the dome teams.
with the fact that the Tampa Rays did not start their season at home. Excuse me? Their home opener isn't until Monday, or the new Trop, or whatever they're doing.
Oh, so they didn't open on the road?
I hold on. Now that I'm saying it, my sister said that that's the opener for
They
the
opened
Trop.
in St. Louis.
Yeah, they opened in
they
St.
did.
Louis.
So they opened on the road.
Why would they not be at
It's
home?
a computer does it. It's a computer does the schedule.
Well, that is stupid.
And that's probably eliminated someone's job that literally would go through the
painstakingly-
schedule and find all the
Don't you think
the errors and
anyone that's not in a dome that is potentially in the North, Midwest, whatever, where you can have snow on opening day, should not be in their home ballpark on opening day.
Yeah.
Don't check the weather for Thursday
I
for
mean-
the Sox home opener.
Oh, gosh.
It looked good a couple days ago. It does not look good now.
Oh, no, really?
We're looking at highs in the high 30s and rain.
Awesome. Is that a 3 o'clock pitch?
It's a 3:10.
First pitch?
Yeah.
Oh,
Should be
lovely.
great.
Lovely.
Good times.
Good times.
I held off my vacation because I was like, I don't want to leave the station high and dry on opening day for the White Sox.
And it
Now
looks
I'm
like it
kinda
could end up being
oh.
Friday.
Right. Which I'll be gone by then.
I'm leaving on Thursday.
You are leaving
Yes.
on Thursday.
We are
So
both on
we're
vacation
both
next
out
weekend.
Next weekend.
We're sorry, Aiden. We know that
It's news to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We are. Aiden, would you want to schedule a quick vacation as well so we can all three be gone at the same time?
Moms need spring breaks also.
We do.
And
we do.
I am so looking forward to heading to Mexico with 140 of my daughter's closest friends.
That's not a spring break for mom.
I honestly don't know what to expect.
But I don't know. I don't either. And I can't wait to find out in 2 weeks when we get back together and you can tell me all about it.
Yeah. I have to remember all the stories.
Yeah.
because-
I hope you write them down.
Yeah. And you're going to Florida.
I am going to Florida, spending Easter with my family.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I'm very excited about it.
My daughter's not happy that we will be flying on Easter.
Oh.
I know.
That's okay. You're
She's
gonna
like,
have a great
what were
time."
you thinking, Mom? It's Easter. I was like, whoa. So sorry, Sister Stella.
That's what we'll call her.
There. All right. Thank you, Aiden. Much appreciated.
Thanks,
What do
Aiden.
we have coming up now? Coming up
Odds
next.
Couple.
It's the Odds Couple. Oh, you don't want to miss those guys. We are off next weekend, but I'm sure there will be 2 people in our place that will be just as fun and lots of odd talk that isn't going to be sports. It's Peggy and Dionne. Make yourself a great weekend, everybody. Take care.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so